Sasa ndio wameenda Spotify ndio wakagundua step in the next.
It was about cruelty, violence, and what, because I came to
abuse,
you and abuse, you know. I came to you for mentorship, but you decided for me to perform oral sex, to do some other shenanigans which are very bad, you know. And I think 30 years, I think hata kidogo, inafaa kuwa more than that. 30 years is even ni kidogo, unaona, inafaa kuwa more than 30 years. But anyway, he deserves it.
Well, the verdict has been given, and of course we just plea with people out there, make sure that you get to report such cases early enough, because I feel like they milked R. Kelly. They milked R. Kelly, and then soon after his fame and his relevance is when they now are shooting him down. Why couldn't they have done it when he had the number ones on the chart throughout? Thank you so much, lady and gentlemen, for creating time to talk to us. And yeah, it's always a pleasure, guys. You make time run really quick. And of course, I'm going to leave you with a movie plot. This time around, I just want to make sure that you go check this out. It's exciting. You're going to love it. Just check it out. The movie plot is amazing. A Man from Toronto, Kevin Hart doing the most right here. And you're going to love it on Netflix. Have a better rest of the weekend. Catch me on Vibes Radio tomorrow. Napia Youth Cafe right here from 10.
Hey, Toronto, you ready to go back to work? We need an extraction of information. Meet at the safe house in 19 hours.
You're early.
If you're on time, you're late. Ain't that right?
Follow me.
You're gonna take me on a tour. What is it? A game room? Airbnbs, you never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, shit! No! Who is that?
This is the Man from Toronto.
Wait, what? I'm the Man from Toronto.
And he's here to torture you.
Why in God's name were you in that cabin?
They wanted me to be the guy that you guys are looking for, but I'm not that guy, but I had to act like I was.
You want this? No.
They wanted me to torture the guy.
I'll dig these goddamn thumbs in your eyes and I will love it!
What's that? What'd I do?
Our only way to find the Man from Toronto is if you continue to be the Man from Toronto.
Hey, yo, what's my name?
The man that you're talking about is a real crazy person.
One more time.
Kills people, chops them up.
Come on.
Hola. I am the Man from Toronto.
Objection. No.
I'm the Man from Toronto.
Oh, smoke.
This is on you.
Hey, yo, what's my name?
My clients think you're me, so you're gonna complete the mission, but you have no idea what I'm gonna do to you.
My bad. You had to kill me.
You'll never touch me like that again. You got this.
I'm scared.
Own it. Wave the knives around.
Somebody needs to talk.
I can't see.
Swallow it. You are a train wreck.
The client. What you both do.
We got this.
This last couple days, I can't say it's been good.
In some kind of weird way, you've managed to inspire me.
But I don't want to be you anymore.
One more time.
Ow! You shot me in the ass!
Your ass got in my way.
Hey, yo, what's
KTN News. Get the whole story.
In poultry farming is key in ensuring high productivity. The chicken battery cage system is preferred for its efficient space. Acquiring material to design a perfect cage for your chicken is every poultry farmer's desire. This is why Muli Tosheka sought to construct and sell this system.
Looking into it, I realized that they were so poorly designed that I actually had to, and produced, that I had to actually invent and totally a new system. And the system basically provides for up to 160 chickens in a very spacious area within the system, so that there's no fighting over food. There is no area where the chickens are crushed together. They have plenty of space. When they're overheated, they don't lay. When they're crowded, that is healthy and effective and productive.
Working towards curbing this challenge in the poultry farming, this system has provided hundreds of new jobs, support numerous local industries, and facilitate industry growth. This has radically changed the economic dynamics of poultry industry by providing suppliers the ability to be producers of these units in quantity and on demand. With more youth involvement in this innovation, the poultry industry has a promising future.
My interest in doing this is not to establish my business of producing these ultimately. It's really to get other people involved and so we can teach them how to do it and set up their own business in production. You know, my goal is to have, 1,000 people employed through this industry, and maybe 50 business people throughout the country who, instead of renting these huge workshops and spending $40,000 US to import trailer loads of junk from China, that they use those same spaces or much smaller spaces for production. Production that they can control and employing local people. Because that's what I've done.
This innovative system will stop the dependency on substandard imports and eliminate the necessity of suppliers investing huge amounts of capital that is tied up for many months before they can begin to see any return.
And basically, I had a passion into doing value addition, into having a creation for something. So that is 3 years ago, I thought of doing something, especially in the potato farming. It's something that you learn on the go. You'll never have everything right from the word go, but you'll always keep on learning on the go.
Shida yenye iko huku juu viazi zinakuwaga na bloka mingi. Sasa bloka wakati zinaingilia viazi zinakuwa bei ya chini.
What solutions can we offer when we have this kind of produce as per the challenges that the farmers go through?
Every day, we empower our members to work, to inspire, to lead. Equity. Karibu Member.
Criminal or anybody among us who is making our people have sleepless nights, that person does not belong to us. Take full control. Correct? Na pia tumeomba hawa wananchi, anybody with information, let them volunteer.
Is the toast of National Stadium in Singapore. Samuel Onyango huyo.
Kwa ushindi nashukuru wachezaji, tunacheza vibaya sana.
wenyewe wajijua na sisi pia tunajua ni watu gani. Hatuna uwezo tu wa kuwafikia.
Many times a bullet will be lodged in a place that is too dangerous to remove.
Mimi napata shida saa hii na watoto.
He knew nothing that was happening.
you are actually disrespecting the one independent arm of the government.
But who are the original inhabitants of Old Town?
Wenyewe ni kina sisi ni Waswahili waliozalika hapa.
As Kenyans prepare to go to the polls on August 9th, the Standard Group, together with UNICEF, will host a Face the Children debate at the Standard Group headquarters on 1st July 2022. The debate will give children a chance to ask questions to politicians running for public office about their agenda for children and the youth if they are elected. We're setting the pace to include our children in the things that affect their lives and allowing them to air their views about issues affecting their future from their own understanding. Join our panel of 2022 candidates as they face the children on Friday, July 1st from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. live on KTN News. Face the Children debate, brought to you courtesy of the Standard Group together with UNICEF. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Many thanks indeed for joining us on today's installment of News Diary. My name is Dibala Nair, and I'm glad that you're joining us as well. We have a full team this morning that also helps me to drive the show. I want also to introduce with us today Jesse Rogers, my fellow news anchor here at KTN News. Well, he's coming to take over the show today, but also he'll be priming us on what is really happening today, because it's a big day for children in partnership with the UNICEF and the Standard Group. And Jesse Rogers will tell us more on that as well. Also joining us from our City Centre's studio is Chris Taru, our senior political affairs reporter, who will be priming us on what is happening today. Yesterday was a big day for the manifestos. So what do we really have up our collective sleeves as far as the political diary is concerned? And as well, just winding up the show, we'll have Asha Fox as well to prime us on what is happening on social media today. So let's put this horse into full run by introducing Jesse Rogers. Jesse, good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm not used to sitting on this side of the desk, but thanks for having us.
Yeah, I wonder if myself I can be able to do that as well. Sometimes I'm greatly shy to be on that particular side because I don't know how I'll react.
Yeah.
But tell us, today is a big day for children, and you are here to do a very important job.
Quite so. And let's just break it down. As you mentioned correctly, it's a partnership between the Standard Group PLC, UNICEF and other stakeholders, including Maramoja, who provide transport services to school-going children. So this partners came together in order to highlight the issues facing children. And just recently, UNICEF did a report where they highlighted sort of 6 key issues that most children sort of through their own minds admitted that these are the key issues that weren't highlighted, especially since we're barely 38 days or so to the general election. And if I could just mention those 6 key issues which will be featuring prominently in our debate called Face the Children debate that will be live on KTN News as from 10 a.m. So you can look forward to that. But the 6 issues range from the best start in life, training a tree while it's still young, quote unquote. We'll take a look at nutrition issues when it comes to healthcare as well. We're taking a look at education, connectivity to the internet, how far we've actually reached. Remember, the Jubilee government had that ambitious program of distributing laptops, or is it tablets? So far, we have roughly 1.1 million tablets distributed in public primary schools across the country. So we're all trying to get on board with the digital highway, if I can call it that way. So we'll definitely take a look at connectivity when it comes to education, especially within public schools. Not just that, ending violence against children, and equally climate change is featuring prominently. And in the run-up to this particular debate, Standard Group and the partners UNICEF actually hosted a couple of children and opened it up in terms of setting up a competition for sending in voice recordings, video recordings, and equally an essay writing competition. So a little bit later on after the debate, which will be hosting a couple of lawmakers, and you can expect a lot more as of 10 a.m. Later on, we'll be having that prize-giving ceremony where certain schools were well represented. Just to mention a few, Alliance School will be in the building, including other institutions as well. So basically, it's all to do with the issues that children themselves think should be highlighted as we get closer and closer to the general election date. And it would be proper, some of these policy makers, the lawmakers will be there, and stakeholders as well, including UNICEF, to sort of break it down on the key issues that need to be highlighted. Because, I mean, we're at the era of manifestos, and issue-based politics is what we're focusing on. So what better way than bringing the children on board to actually voice their issues and put the politicians to task who are aspiring to be the next dispensation to actually, fulfill their promises and whatnot. Dibal.
Indeed, and what a salutary effort from, the partnership of Standard Group, UNICEF and Maramoja as well, and other stakeholders who are making this a success today. But also you can tell us, adding to the gaiety of occasion today, we're expecting the Chief Justice, and you've mentioned other lawmakers that will be there today. Would you kindly maybe just run us by some of the big names that will be in attendance today, so that at least we can see, because in this particular election campaigning and the process itself, also the voice of the children, it's not been taken cognizant of, so this is a good move.
Quite so. We were expecting the Chief Justice, but hopefully she will make it right here or send a representative. But those will be forming the panel a little bit later on as of 10 a.m. will include Honorable Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. He's aspiring to be the Mombasa governor through the ODM party, but he's currently the Mvita Member of Parliament. We're equally expecting Honorable Gladys Boss Sholei, who's the Uasin Gishu County Woman Rep, and equally Honorable Isaac Mwaura, nominated senator representing persons with disabilities at the Senate, and Esther Passaris. Nairobians definitely know her, the Nairobi County Woman Representative. So as you can see, it's definitely a well-abled panel mixed with a current crop of politicians and equally those who are still aspiring to be in the next crop of leaders as we head towards the election on August the 9th.
Good stuff. And we look forward to, of course, joining you on air, looking at how it will be from 10 a.m. We have to release you, Jesse Rogers. I know you have to go and prep up for that as well, but thank you for that comprehensive reporting that you've done for us. And yes, have a good show. Thank you so much. Right, we continue apace with the conversation on politics, and we want to cross over to our city center studios right now, where we'll be joined by Chris Dyer to also prime us on what is happening. It was a big day yesterday as far as manifestos were concerned. Still reactions we have on social media on that. But what do you know today? Chris Dyer, good morning.
Well, a very good morning to you, Dibal, and dear viewers. It was a big day for the main political players, especially yesterday we saw Deputy President, who is the Kenya Kwanza presidential flag bearer, launching his manifesto. And he took a good time to explain how his government, if at all he is elected as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya come August the 9th, on how he will fix the country's economy. Taking a good time in especially in the agriculture sector, stating that he will allocate at least 250 billion shillings when it comes to that sector, ensuring that when it comes to giving stipends to farmers, and even ensuring that the prices of fertilizer goes down, just to ensure that farmers in the bread basket regions are really catered for, to ensure that the country has food has food to ensure that also when it comes to the SMEs, those people who do the manual jobs at the grassroots levels are catered for. And from there, today he's expected to go to Embu County to continue with these campaigns together with his running mate, that is Madera Member of Parliament, Rigathi Gachagua. And from there also tomorrow he's expected to go to Meru. And the other hand, we had Professor George Wajakoya also launching his manifesto. So many Kenyans, it might be laughable, or maybe it caught many unawares on how his manifesto was planned. To many, it became like a concert or a reggae concert because there were so many performances. I remember that he's advocating for the legalization of cannabis sativa for the economic gain. But apart from that, we saw also, he also stated some of the benefits of the marijuana, growing marijuana, stating that he will ensure that it pays part of the debt in the country. And apart from that, we also saw him indicating that apart from his manifesto, saying that Kenyans will be working for 4 days, not as the usual 7 or 6 days. And also the pay, people will be paid after 2 weeks, not the usual, the monthly pay. It has really elicited so much reaction, especially on the social media. And today he's also expected to continue with these campaigns in Nairobi County. When it goes to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Coalition Party, where we have the Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer, he continues with these campaigns today in the Nyanza region. Yesterday, we saw there was some confrontation in Kisii County, where the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance running mate Martha Karua, there was some stampede after someone who is a suspecting member of that region. We are yet to know the main details of who really held a tear gas canister and really scared everyone. Everyone went helter-skelter, and police are still investigating on that. We understand that several people have already been arrested, but that did not stop the campaigns. They continued in Kisii County. Today they expected to go to Homa Bay and Siaya County. And that is what we have today on the political diary, even as the campaigns continue to hit up 38 days to the general election, Jibal.
Yes, even as the days are peeling off the calendar towards the general election date, a big question is coming to the fore as well regarding Sakaja's degree, with the now Commissioner of University Education also for the second time, going to IBC and saying we are revoking it. So how does it also play? Is also within the premise of Standard Group this morning. I think he was having a radio interview. Chris?
Yes, of course, he was having a radio interview with one of our stations, I think that's Spice FM, and he really elaborated on his agenda for Nairobi County. But when it goes to his certificate, he still maintains that he has a genuine certificate. And what we know that he will still be heading to the High Court to challenge these, although we've seen the Commission of University has already revoked his certificate. But this is an issue that we expect maybe to continue to the High Court. But let's hope that he will not be locked out of the ballot, because also time is not on his side, Dibal.
All right. Many thanks indeed. We shall be keeping our eyes peeled on that today. And thank you very much. Still reactions on social media that we can see is coming fast and furious regarding Sakaja's also degree as well. And Asha Fox, she's here this morning to also glow our morning with her brightness. Thank you. Good to see you, Asha Fox.
Good to see you too, Dibal.
Yes. Could you tell us more about Sakaja?
Yeah, so his wars are still continuing. He's not clearly not cutting a break from this. You know, he had been cleared by ABC as, yes. Yeah. And yeah, so yesterday the CUE said that, his papers remained revoked because there's no supporting evidence from Thames University or from the higher education regulators in Uganda. And Kenyans on social media are, giving their comments, giving their views. Some are offering suggestions to Sakaja, just some of them are telling him to take a break, wait to maybe he might get a nominated MP seat, and then he can go finish his education and clear out this whole mess. Of course, there's another camp that feels that, this is all really unfair to Sakaja and they should still let him vie. And then there's the team that's just confused on what happens next. Like at this point, can IBC still, take away his clearance certificate? If that's done, what happens next really in this Nairobi governorship race? So there's a lot of buzz on social media around this, and it's just a wait and see situation basically. Yeah.
So you think we are really past that junction in terms of the processes of IBC? It will be way too late to go back? Is that what is the sense that we're getting from the social media? That's
the thing. There's guys who are feeling like, he already got the clearance. Can we move on from this? It's not fair to then take it away again from him. But then again, we saw Walter Mungare's certificate. He was cleared and then it was taken away again. And same thing now happened with Sakaja. We don't know, will it be taken away again by IBC, or will he still be allowed to vie? And if he's allowed to vie, then what does that say for us as a country? Because based on what the CUE is saying, he has not met the qualification. Without that certificate, then he has not met the qualification to vie for governor. So it's a really wait and see sort of situation. Everyone is just putting the eyes on there and waiting to see what happens. Who blinks first? Will it be IBC? Will it be the court? Will it be Sakaja? For instance, will he decide to just withdraw from the competition altogether? There's a lot of confusion about that, but everyone is just watching to see what happens. And that's more or less from the conversation that's happening on social media about this.
Yes, Nita, there's a lot of shoes waiting to drop around Sakaja on this particular issue. We have a man who's just moved to the courts as well to try and intervene right now to have an injunction that for him to be stopped to run until he proves that he has the degree as it is. So we have a CUE who has come to the fore as well, again for the second time. We have another court injunction. We have also from Uganda, from the government as well, this issue is under investigation. So there's a lot really happening, and we're juggling a lot of frogs. What does it really portend for his candidacy? Is a wait and see. I don't know. If maybe you can put also that from the Ugandan perspective into
I think it's just like you said, there's so many balls in the air. Everyone is just waiting to see which will drop first. But there's a lot of juggling going on. And of course, even CUE has also told Sakaja himself that he has every right to appeal this revocation. So there's really a lot going on. No one really knows what's going to happen. No one really knows. So we're all watching the balls, just juggling in the air, and we're waiting to see which one will drop first.
So if IBC has made its stand that they don't have the capacity and the legal framework to actually investigate the authenticity of the degree, and we have the Commission for University Education now coming to the fore and revoking this particular degree, which is the epitome, and I think the institution that is actually mandated to do this, then you can actually clearly see where this is headed, if maybe you were to speak on that as well. But let's leave it at that. I think that is just purely of course clear on how it's going to pan out and how it will throw everything out of kilter as far as this race is concerned, especially from Kenya Kwanza. Right, the cost of living. Cost of living is just becoming not something that is a niggling worry for this country, but the entire globe as it is. In fact, I was just getting some information from Reuters as well about the Dow Jones, and not even the Dow Jones, but the SP, how it's really performing. Maybe if I could just whip up that quickly and just read for you. It seems, well, we don't like reporting on gloom and doom, but the Wall Street ended lower yesterday, crossing the finish line of a grim month, it says, and a dismal quarter to the S&P 500's worst first half in more than a century. All three major US stocks indexes finished the month and the second quarter in a negative territory, with the SP 500 notching its steepest first half percentage drop since, get this, 1970. The Nasdaq had its largest ever January-June percentage drop, while the Dow suffered its biggest first half percentage plunge since 1962. All three indexes posted their second straight quarterly declines. The last time that happened was in 2015 for the S&P and the Dow, and 2016 for the Nasdaq. The year began with spiking cases of COVID-19 due to Omicron variant. And of course, this is just a dismal report that is coming from there. And even the federal agency is on record saying that we should be preparing and bracing up ourselves for a big recession beginning next year. The cost of living is skyrocketing and we cannot put food on the table. Asha Fox, I don't know what you've pared down on your plates.
It's a difficult
I know you
situation.
take sausages and all that jazz, whole grain, mukate, yeah.
Ndoma.
And Duma.
Life is hard, Diva. Life is hard, especially right now, the cost of living. Yesterday, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics released the inflation rate, and we're now at 7.9%. This is the highest that we've had since August 2017. And just jumping off of this as well, you know, for the first time in 30 months, the food prices are at their highest. You know, fuel prices have gone up. Like, I think it's a constant conversation I've come to notice. Every week there's a talk about cost of living on social media. There's a cost about food prices, fuel prices. Some people are always complaining about the price of something. And then yesterday as well, there was, you know, with the tax reviews, the price of unga was going to go down, but by just 2 shillings, you know, and then there were complaints about, so what can 2 shillings do for me?
Indeed, yes.
You know, where will I take the 2 shillings? You know, at least if it was 20, then you can get your unga and your skuma, and, you know, then you have a whole meal. But 2 shillings, what costs 2 shillings? What do you remember that the last thing that you bought with 2 shillings? Not even bubblegum. Bubblegum is not even a shilling anymore.
You can't even afford it, yeah.
Exactly. So it's a thorn in the it's a thorn in the flesh of Kenyans right now, the high cost of living. But as you've mentioned, it's also a global factor, you know. And I don't know if you've noticed this thing where when electricity goes out in your home, you always go look out first and see if your neighbors have electricity.
Yes.
And then before you start complaining, so you go see if they have electricity, then you shout louder about it to Kenya Power, you know. If they don't have electricity, then okay, we are all in the same boat, so then you make noise but not as much. And I think this is one of those situations where this is not happening. Everyone is just looking at their own situation, because in America it's the same. They have a high cost of living, but they're only looking at it in terms of it's only affecting us, but it's a global situation. And as you've mentioned, you know, even with Wall Street, we've had a lot of turbulences from COVID. We now have the Russia-Ukraine war. We have a lot going on that is affecting the cost of living as well, and it's terrible going into an election period. We know that there's a lot of turbulence that happens in the economy, even with that period coming up, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So I think it's that we're all holding our breath to see, does it get better with the next regime? Does it get worse? What happens?
What happens? Wasn't it also a bit consternating for you that we had from the Deputy President saying that, you know, the cost of living to fix it is not really rocket science, in light of what we're really going and grappling with as a country and the globe? Don't you think that was a bit overly, from my own assessment, overly simplistic for him to say?
Well, basically, I think...
and tells me that you're greatly shy to tell me something there.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to comment on just what he said, but I think it's terrible, and it's sad to hear this from someone who is in government. And I think it's the
I'm
same.
interested, why wouldn't you want to comment? You watched it, you're a journalist.
I do, yes. Let me comment on it.
I know you don't want to take sides, but you're just in light of what I've asked.
Yeah,
it's not really a it's not really a science, he says. This doesn't really boil down to a science. It's we can fix it.
Yeah, and you see, the thing is, the sad thing is, and I think even what irritates people as well on social media with such talk is you cannot say this when you have been in government, and there was a chance to solve this, and it has not been solved. So you can't come now in an election period telling people that this could have been solved. It's not rocket science. So then why are we experiencing food prices at a 30-month high? Why is inflation as high as it is? From the last election. That shouldn't be the case.
Indeed. Yes. All right, we're pitched for time. But zoom. The Fast and the Furious is happening over the weekend. But on top of that as well, we can just discuss about the manifesto a bit, what they say on social media. Just a one-liner.
Okay, let me just one-liner. Okay, let me compress it. So just jumping off the cost of living, there's been a lot of suggestions on how to fix the loan situation and the economic crisis that we're experiencing right now. And yeah, some of the things both in Wajakoya's manifesto oppose. And that has really left Kenyans tickled. There are memes around of women shaking trees and men shaking trees, literal trees in the forest. And what is the meaning behind this? We don't know. So yeah, that's on the manifestos. And on to the sports. This Sunday we have Formula One at Silverstone as well. Again, balls in the air. We don't know what's going to happen. Will Lewis Hamilton take it again like he did? This is his home ground, and we're just looking to see what happens. That will be on Sunday, the Silverstone circuit in the British Grand Prix at 5 p.m. Sunday.
All right, let's tingiza the sundial. Time is up. All right, the sun has dropped, so we've pinched for time. Thank you for your valuable company. Asha Fox, I really appreciate your input as well. Also, on behalf of Chris Tyro and Jesse Rogers as well. Remember, 10 o'clock is the time that you want to tune in. A very interesting debates from the children facing, of course, the nation that is facing the children that is happening. At 10 o'clock, we expect the Chief Justice Martha Koome also to grace the occasion amongst other dignitaries that are invited, and that will be a very interesting debate to hear from the children. What do they have for the politicians, even as they are going to, of course, cast their vote and seek this particular vote. So you want to tune in and tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend that children, they have a voice here at KTN News. Thank you very much for your valid company. Have a good one.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
There is no food security without food safety. Food safety starts in the farm, and 34-year-old Peter Kinuthia is among the farmers upholding this by heart in his 2-acre farm located in Kinangop, Nyandarua County. The father of one has commercialized his gadget business for 5 years now, having recorded minimal post-harvest losses. With access to fair market, every day is payday at Quick Basket. Post-harvest losses can be avoided when safe practices are employed across the food chain. World Food Safety Day is an annual celebration aiming at preventing foodborne diseases. Each person has a role to play because food safety is in your hands.
wao wenyewe wajijua na sisi pia tunajua ni watu gani. Hatuna uwezo tu wa kuwafikia.
Many times a bullet will be lodged in a place that is too dangerous to remove.
Mimi napata shida saa hii na watoto.
He knew nothing that was happening.
You are actually disrespecting the one independent arm of the government.
But who are the original inhabitants of Old Town?
Wenyewe ni kina sisi ni Waswahili waliozalika hapa.
As Kenyans prepare to go to the polls on August 9th, the Standard Group, together with UNICEF, will host a Face the Children debate at the Standard Group headquarters on 1st July 2022. The debate will give children a chance to ask questions to politicians running for public office about their agenda for children and the youth if they are elected. We're setting the pace to include our children in the things that affect their lives and allowing them to air their views about issues affecting their future from their own understanding. Join our panel of 2022 candidates as they face the children on Friday, July 1st from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. live on KTN News. Face the Children debate, brought to you courtesy of the Standard Group together with UNICEF.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Good morning and happy Friday. Of course, it has been quite an eventful week. We did see quite a number of manifestos that were launched, and also the big news coming out yesterday in relation to those inflation numbers. They just keep going up and they have no sight in terms of going down anytime soon. But today, of course, we will be discussing the fact that cooperatives will be celebrating their day tomorrow. We'll be joined from someone from the police circle who will be giving us more details in relation to this. But first, here's some business news making headlines this Friday. Inflation, or the overall rise in the prices of goods and services, increased to 7.9% in June. That is the highest figure since August 2017, when it hit 8% due to a prolonged drought in the country. So let me just walk you through the numbers. Now, the non-beverage index increased by 13.8% in the last 12 months. At the same time, the transport index increased by 7.1%, with fuels index increasing by 6.8%. Now, the monthly inflation change for the month stood at 0.9%, with the 2-kilogram white flour price increasing by 12.7% and a liter of cooking oil rising by 4.7%. Now, finally, we do have a set of fuel prices right over there, and kerosene being the one that increased the most in the period under review, and that is up by 7.5%. So, of course, petrol is also up 6%, as well as the bar soap, which is 4.2%. All right, farmers in Katilu Irrigation Scheme in Turkana County are hopeful that the scheme can produce enough food to feed them as well as their neighbors. The National Irrigation Authority has put up irrigation infrastructure of 2,800 acres in clusters that is benefiting up to 2,500 farmers. Katilu Irrigation Scheme taps its water from Takwel through a water intake and canals. The river is permanent, hence ensuring a steady supply of water throughout the year.
Hii kilimo yote ya Katilu inasaidia kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambayo hii kilimo ya Katilu inatusaidia. Kitu ya kwanza inatusaidia sisi kiafya yetu tukiwa wakaaji wa hapa. Pili, inatusaidia sisi kupeleka watoto wetu pande ya elimu, mambo education. Tatu, pia anatusaidia sisi mambo ya magonjwa ambayo inaye tusumbua mara kwa mara. Pia kwa mavazi yetu. Pia sisi kwa mali kama mbuzi naweza chamba hizi nikifuna. Kuna ile inakata katikati, kuna ile inatengwa kwa shule, kuna ile inatengwa nyumbani, matumizi ya nyumbani, kuna ile ya magonjwa na kuna ile inarudi kwa chamba.
Climate change continues to affect societies adversely, whereas developed countries are able to find their way around it. Communities in Kenya's arid and semi-arid areas continue to bear the greatest effects. Now, to help these communities cope with climate change, SNV Netherlands Development Organization, in partnership with KALRO, are implementing a project in the 3 ASAL counties of Taita Taveta, Kajiado and Narok. It will help farmers counter effects of climate change by creating an enabling environment in forage value chain and scaling up investment through innovation.
One key part of the long-term solution is about the livestock value chain and how pastoralists or agro-pastoralists will be able to have livelihoods in future and what kinds of livelihoods are needed.
Drought is putting an enormous pressure on the livestock sector in each of the 3 counties, but also in the rest of the country. We already discussed it this morning. So the search for resilience is a search that is very opportune and that needs urgently better responses than we have been able to provide up to now and in the past.
Looking at the general forecast in the country, I think there is a lot of focus and effort by development partners and even government to build resilience even in those other counties. So the ASAL livelihoods will continue to make a very important conversation in this country going forward, and we look at our project as one of the starting points to move this conversation forward. We look at this project as a pilot. We want to try innovations that build resilience to agro-pastoralists.
On July 2nd, cooperatives around the world will celebrate the 100th International Day of Cooperatives, or Ushirika Day. Now, this year's theme is Cooperatives Build a Better World. David Mategwa is the chairman of Kenya Police Sacco and he sits on the Ushirika Council. Welcome to Business Cafe. It's such a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
All right. So when you're looking at cooperatives in the country, they've sort of grown steadily over the years, and you are now at above 20,000 which are registered according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. What are some of the attributes that we can get from these cooperatives?
Thank you, Brenda, for this invite. I want to say the steps that SACCOs have taken in this country is that we have seen tremendous growth in the SACCOs, and we can see what the SACCO has contributed in the economy of this country, and we are continuing to see how they are performing according to look at the regulators' reports. You will see that the contribution that is being done, the contribution in the economy of this, the cooperative movement in Kenya, And the future of the cooperative in Kenya looks good. And we as the leaders in the movement, we are looking how to improve and continue improving on how we do our business. The cooperative business model is the best business model that all over the world. So tomorrow, which is 2nd of July, that is where we normally meet and exchange ideas, see how we have performed over the year and how the way forward, and see how the performance of the sector, despite the COVID-19 disruption.
All right, Mategwa, let me just take it up with what you've just said there. I mean, over the last 2 years, we've had quite a number of headwinds when it comes to the economy. We've had the pandemic, which is still on, and at the same time, we also have other economic headwinds that have contributed significantly to the rise and the cost of living in the country. How have, these two key factors affected the growth of cooperatives in the country?
Yeah, we have seen really a huge disruption because if you look at the anticipation, the projection the SACCOs had and the cooperative sector had, is that we saw when the country was shut down, the whole world was shut down because of the COVID-19. We saw some cooperatives going down because of like the aviation industry, hospitality industry, and any other small business which are contributing largely to the cooperative movement. We have really been affected because some people have lost employment, and we are still trying to pick up. But all the same, we have seen cooperatives also performing better. Despite the disruption, we have seen cooperative paying dividends. That means that the cooperative model, the business, is resilient to any disruption that we have in this country. And this is the best business model that we should adopt.
All right, so how many cooperatives closed in the period under review, and how many of them are, sort of now recovering from the pandemic?
Really, I think we have not heard of any SACCO that has gone down, but we have seen those who are struggling. They are now picking up because of when we have opened the economy. The economy is open, and we are seeing people now doing business. We have seen those cooperatives recovering, but we have not had a case where that there is a SACCO that has shut down.
All right. Yes. And what are some of the changes that you've seen when it comes to the saving habits? Because like you're saying, about 3 years ago, how people used to save and how they're saving now has completely changed, a completely 360-degree turn of events. Could you walk us through what exactly has changed, and also the amount of money that they were saving before and how much they're saving now?
I think if you look at what is happening is that you look at the disruption of COVID-19, the money people used to save, now they don't save that amount. They have reduced because of they have to put at least food on the table for the family, and also helping the other extended families. So we have seen a reduction in terms of people saving. And also, we are also seeing the Russia-Ukraine conflict has really increased on the suffering that we were experiencing. This one has now added. So we have reduced in terms of savings. They have gone down. But hopefully we think that if all goes well, and especially now in this country, also the election period, always political turbulence will always affect how people save. So this has brought us, slowed down the cooperative movement in terms of where we were hoping the industry will be by this end of this year.
All right. So what were the projections? Did you have like a double-digit growth for 2022? And how has this reduced? What kind of projections do you have for this year?
Yes, if you look at, I might use the SACCO that I lead, my Kenya National Police SACCO. What we anticipated to achieve this year, because we are celebrating 50 years this year, and we wanted to celebrate 50 years with the total assets of 50 billion. And according to our projection, was not a big issue. We were just looking at it, and it was going to be very easy for us to achieve. But if you look at it now, we are trying to mobilize the savings, also encouraging our members to do business with us so that we see whether we can meet the target. It is a struggle. We were hoping to be more than 50 billion total asset. So I'm just using that as an example.
All right. So the theme for tomorrow's event is building back. How will this, what are some of the initiatives that will be introduced so that we can help encourage people to continue with the saving culture?
Yeah, so we look at how things are going, and the only solution that we have now on our table is that we need to make sure that we sensitize our members to have their awareness on how you can handle money, so that we take them through on financial education. Very important, so that they understand the little money that you get, this is how you are going to use it, this is how you are going to invest and where to invest, because we have seen people taking loans and investing in the wrong areas, and they get themselves, burn their fingers, and they start afresh. Because what we are doing is just, we want to improve the lives and the livelihood of our members, and so education is very, very important, that we need to make sure that we sensitize and make sure sensitize the public, so that they can, those who have not joined the cooperative movement should be joining the cooperative movement, especially the young people that we have. Whatever hustle they are doing, they need also to join the mainstream circles that are already existing. I'm not advocating for starting other small circles. You join there so that you leverage on the already structures that are in place.
Like you're saying there, why is it that the youth are shying away from circles? Why is it that they would rather, put their investments elsewhere and save their money elsewhere as opposed to putting it in a circle? What is leading to this?
Yes, this used to be so, but the young people will want to use technology, yes. And we have seen circles, and we learned a lesson when COVID-19 came. We saw now people are now pushing their business on a digital platform. So circles have really improved, and the government policies have made circles to make sure that they invest in technology. And this has enabled now young people joining, because it is now easy for them to do business with the circles, other than the other years where they were using the manual filling forms and doing that. They can pick their loans, invest through the technology.
All right. I know we've painted quite a grim outlook when it comes to the savings culture and circles, precisely because of the headwinds that we mentioned earlier. We're still right in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, the Russian invasion, which keeps on escalating every day. And at the same time, we are, having elections in the next few weeks. But are there any rosy spots that you can talk to us a little bit about? What will contribute to the growth of savings this year vis-a-vis the headwinds that are in place?
I think what I might say is that we have seen the regulations that have been put in place. The public, they have now confidence in the cooperative movement, because they are seeing that the government is very keen on putting policies in place that will make improving on governance structures of the cooperatives, making people doing the right things in the SACCO. So that has made people to come to join the SACCOs, and we are seeing more numbers. People are now moving from other financial institutions, are moving to the SACCOs because it is easy and to transact and get services to cooperatives than any other institutions.
All right, Stephen, as we finish, Mategwa, what did you buy with your first loan that you took from a SACCO, and how long was this?
Oh, I can tell you the history. If you go back to history, my first loan, I think I squandered my first loan, and I do regret, because one, I took that loan because other people were taking. My colleagues, we were employed together, and when we received our first salary and we joined the SACCO, then all of us, we discussed in a group that let's go and have a loan. So some of the loans we were using to enjoy ourselves, that less to toy vumbi, and yet we didn't know that we are going to pay for 3 years. Oh. So, but now because of education, sensitization, awareness, now people know this is the money you don't need to misuse, you need to invest so that you continue growing your wealth, because this is, we want to make sure that members grow their wealth. This is their future, that when they leave employment, this is the soft landing. They'll have money to do business. They'll have built capital. Yes. All
right. Thank you so much for that insightful discussion, Mategwa. Of course, he is the chairman of the Kenya Police SACCO, and he sits on the Ishirika Council. Of course, we'll be highlighting the fact that tomorrow the cooperatives will be celebrating their International Day 100th. Can you imagine that? Please join them as they celebrate. Their theme is under building better. And at the same time, it was such a pleasure having you on Business Cafe for the whole week. Have a lovely weekend and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
On a moonlit shore in western Senegal, baby turtles sprint towards the Atlantic Ocean. The West African country's sandy beaches are historic nesting sites for several threatened sea turtle species. But in recent decades, increased fishing, tourism and construction have deterred the country's 3 species of turtle, which all appear on the extinction red list, from nesting along its urban coasts. However, the global health crisis and its accompanying restrictions, which led to darker beaches with less light pollution, has had a positive impact on the turtles. This is Saliu Mboji from the Somon Marine Protection Area.
Du coup, les frontières étaient fermées.
The borders were closed, so there weren't many people on the beaches or in the hotels. There were fewer lights on, and so more turtles came to lay their eggs on the beaches. This is why, since last year, we've seen such a return of sea turtles here. Although there were small nests identified here and there, last year we saw a great influx.
Qu'on allait identifier ci par là, mais l'année dernière, on a constaté une grande influence.
In Gayo, just south of the capital Dakar, 15 turtles nested on the beach last season, up from just 2 the previous year, according to Environment Ministry records. But as more people return, the turtles keep their distance. Researcher and marine conservationist Charlotte Thomas has a stark warning if nesting rates return to pre-pandemic levels.
Turtles, for those who do not know, play the role of ocean cleaner, and they are often called ocean garbage collectors elsewhere. They regulate marine algae by eating them, and marine algae is depended upon by lots of other species, such as tuna, lobster, and shrimp. If these turtles were to disappear, that would create an imbalance in the food chain and threaten the entire ecosystem.
In the meantime, baby turtles continue to make their way towards the ocean.
Pesa ulipeleka wapi?
Nimekuwa katika biashara ya ukahaba kwa muda mrefu zaidi ya miaka 20.
Mahali ilifika mahali sasa mimi nikashindwa na kila kitu. Sina kulipa nyumba, sina chakula, sina anything. So venye nitoka kwa balcony, nilianza kupiga hesabu ya venye unaweza jitelemusha hapo. By the time ukifika chini hizi shida uko nazo zimekuondokea. Mwishowe wakafariki. Walikufa ile poison ya pombe. I tried committing suicide twice. The first time, nilijaribu kwenda kujihang.
I slammed my head against the wall very hard and I fell down.
wenyewe wajijua na sisi pia tunajua ni watu gani. Hatuna uwezo tu wa kuwafikia.
Many times a bullet will be lodged in a place that is too dangerous to remove.
Ninapata shida saa na watoto.
He knew nothing that was happening.
You are actually disrespecting the one independent arm of the government.
But who are the original inhabitants of Old Town?
Wenyewe ni kina sisi ni Waswahili waliozalika hapa.
Pesa ulipeleka wapi?
Nimekuwa katika biashara ya ukahaba kwa muda mrefu zaidi ya miaka 20.
Mahali ilifika mahali sasa mimi nikashindwa na kila kitu. Sina kulipa nyumba, sina chakula, sina anything. So venye nitoka kwa balcony, nilianza kupiga hesabu ya venye unaweza jitelemusha hapo. By the time ukifika chini hizi shida uko nazo zimekuondokea. Mwishowe wakafariki. Walikufa ile poison ya pombe. I tried committing suicide twice. The first time, nilijaribu kwenda kujihang.
I slammed my head against the wall very hard and I fell down.
And I have information that some of that maize will be arriving in the next 30 days, and more will come. That will also help us address the cost of animal feed. But in addition to that, we will also suspend any levy that is, or charge that is levied on raw materials.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa.
million members, empowered to learn, to create, to grow, to harvest, to lead, to dream. Equity. Karibu member.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to KTN News Center. It is the first day of July 2022. Now let's begin with our first story. Deputy President William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza Brigade unveiled their manifesto last evening, spelling out their agenda for Kenya if the alliance wins the August 9th elections. The manifesto is pegged on economic revival by embracing a new economic model known as bottom-up. Now, some of the pledges of Kenya Kwanza include the following sectors, that is, agriculture and food security, housing and settlements, infrastructure, governance, ICT and creative economy, women agenda, micro and small medium enterprises, security services, education and healthcare.
Yes.
Let's listen into what DP Ruto said yesterday at the manifesto launch.
Is that we have close to 15 million people in that space. 10 million of them hardly make 100, 200, 300 shillings. Our intervention is threefold. Number one, we want to create business infrastructure for these people. There must be markets, there must be spaces, there must be areas where business can be done legitimately and decriminalize people's enterprises. Number two, there must be legislation to protect everybody's business. The details are in the manifesto. And number three, the single largest challenge the MSMEs face is that they pay interest on credit that none of you here can believe. Most of them pay 10% per day, which translates to 3,600 per year. Better ones pay 10% per month, which translates into 120% per year. And in so doing, their profits are eaten by just one item, credit. Our plan is to ensure through the Hustler Fund, and we have said we are going to commit 50 billion shillings every year to the Hustler Fund, so that the Mamamboga and the Boda Kai and the fellow at the kiosk and the fellow at the saloon and the good lady running a saloon somewhere can find credit that is not predatory.
Now, Roots Party candidate Professor George Wajackoyah has also unveiled his manifesto outlining his key agenda of legalizing marijuana. Professor Wajackoyah says he will solidify his marijuana agenda by exporting the product to help offset the huge public debts.
Who plays football in the UK is a Rastafarian, is an engineer, and my household compelled me to go to Jamaica to buy a piece of land in Montego Bay where I build a house for my children, meaning that wherever you are, if you look at the statistics of people who are in jail, the Rastafarian community, I would say, and I would like to thank you, as very, very few. I don't think whether they're over 10, apart from those who have been enlisted, arrested, harassed, taken in jail for possessing a source or a stamp of marijuana, which informs me that the man who was arrested recently in Nyeri, that graduate from Egerton, from Moi University, who was only doing a deserving purpose to disengage from criminal activity, to engage himself from an economic activity, to have himself, because of unemployment, to heal himself through the herb. That man was arrested, and I saw it on television. I felt so bad the way the police officers were treating him like a criminal. I, having been a police officer myself before, could not treat somebody like that. That was an inhuman and barbaric kind of degrading situation. I also look at the people who were arrested with the 2 sacks of marijuana in Northeastern Province. Anyone who is actually arrested with marijuana, the police are fond of calling the media. I would like to take this opportunity to tell our media, the Fourth Estate, that whereas it's your duty to disseminate information, sometimes just be nationalistic and say, no, instead of taking so many pictures of this poor thing seated on the soil, being asked very relevant, stupid, and archaic questions, instead of being taken to the courts for the lawyers to do their job. The police now become the judges, the police now become the doctors, they become psychiatric experts to start harassing a young man sitting on the ground, asking very stupid questions. And I can assure you that if such cases were in the UK or US, after you have been given your rights to remain silent, there's no any other word that ought to be uttered. But the police in Kenya are misusing their legal authority, and that's why they need to be informed by harassing people, calling in the media before proving somebody's innocence and putting the whole family out there as a family of Barrick. And that's why we are going to release all of them. We are going to decriminalize it the way the United States and the federal government in the US has decriminalized marijuana for purposes of economic growth. I also take this opportunity also to thank the Somali community and our representative from Northeastern for having been very much robust. What he didn't tell you is that members of the Somali community are punished twice in this country. They are punished twice because, one, because they are Somalis, and secondly, whenever they go to take their identity card, they have to prove 4 times of being Kenyans than their fellow Kenyans in the other parts of the world. That is going to end. That is going to end. And I can assure members of the Somali community that you have no...
Now, tuberculosis is the leading cause of death from infectious disease worldwide after COVID-19. It's an infectious disease that mainly affects the lungs. The bacteria that causes tuberculosis is spread from person to person through tiny droplets released into the air via coughs and sneezes. Siaya County is one of the areas that is recording high TB cases, as Beldine Waliola tells us more.
At Gotagula Sub-District Hospital, we met Dominic Okelo, 45 years of age, who is recovering from tuberculosis and was here for a routine checkup.
Kitu lilianza mwezi wa nane last year. So nilijaribu kununua madawa, kwenda hospitali, sikupata suluhisho. Sasa kufika this year mwezi wa 3, nilikuja hospitali Gotagulu. Nikapata rafiki yangu anaitwa Mary. So Mary aliniambia kuna watu wanakuja kutoka Nairobi, wanakuja kufanya screening Usenge. So wakati nilienda Usenge nikapatikana nayo, sasa nikakuja nikaanza matibabu.
The disease affects both the young and elderly. Josephine's grandson has been suffering from an unknown disease for quite some time.
Njeka sana for almost 2 years. Hatukuwa najua ni nini inamfanya. Sasa nikimpeleka hosi, tulikuwa natibu malaria, mwili moto, hatukuwa najua.
She was later glad that a proper diagnosis was made and her grandson is now recuperating.
Kwa sababu TB ndio iliua mzee wangu, kwa sababu hatukuwa najua ni TB. Sasa vile niliambiwa mtoto ako na TB, nilifikiria huyo pia ningejua angepona. Sasa vile mtoto anaendelea siku hizi, naona mabadiliko kubwa sana.
Tuberculosis symptoms include coughing for more than 3 weeks, coughing mucus or blood, chest pains, unintentional weight loss, fever and fatigue. Tuberculosis can also affect other parts of the body, including kidneys, spine or brain.
Siaya is one of the high burden for TB and of course HIV. Every year we register between 2,500 to 2,900 TB cases. Like 2021, that is last year, we registered 2,906 TB cases. So this classifies us as high TB burden.
Got Agula Hospital also records a high turnout of those seeking TB treatment due to its proximity to Lake Victoria, which is highly populous with fishermen. Training of healthcare providers has also come in handy in equipping the medics with proper knowledge of handling tuberculosis.
When we have contacts, we trace them to the totality, to the best of our ability. Some of the activities that we do that we could consider best practices is incorporating TB activities in our outreaches.
Have drug-sensitive TB and we also have drug-resistant TB. So in the programmatic management of drug-resistant TB, we support clinical reviews for our patients who have developed drug resistance to the first-line TB medication. So in the clinical reviews, we discuss management and also offer counseling to the patients so that at least they complete the treatment and have better outcomes.
One is advised to seek medical attention when they think they are exposed to TB, have unexplained weight loss, and have night sweats. Being consistent and adhering to TB treatment is also key. Building Waliaula, KTN News.
Now, controversial Nakuru West MP Samuel Arama has been fined 1.56 million shillings in a land fraud case. Arama was found guilty in 6 counts of conspiring to grab a parcel of land valued at 60 million shillings from Ahmed Muhammad Nasir between the 3rd and the 11th of August 2015 in Nakuru. Arama was charged alongside lawyer Kennedy Onkoba, Ministry of Lands officials John Mwiri Moura, Daniel Nyatsika and Charles Burundi. Anti-Court Senior Principal Magistrate Victor Wakumile ordered the MP and his copy pay 260,000 shillings for each count they were found guilty or spent 6 months in jail. Now, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has released a damning report showing how public officials are using public resources from the Women Empowerment Fund and the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, for campaign activities. The report also notes that some of them are using government-registered vehicles for their campaign activities. The rights body KNHCR has documented 47 such cases, which it intends to disclose in a detailed report to be released in July. Now, additionally, the Commission has observed 149 cases of voter bribery spread over 8 counties, as Judah Ben reports.
Taxpayers' money is facilitating politicians' way to public office, says Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights chairperson Roseline Odede. The Commission's investigation has found over 47 cases of misuse of public resources, contravening the Election Offences Act that prohibits a candidate or any other person from using public resources for the purpose of campaigning during an election or a referendum.
The Commission continues to document use of public resources by aspirants and candidates during campaigns, this giving them an undue advantage over others. The Commission further notes with concern the use of government-registered vehicles and public-funded programs such as the Women Empowerment Fund and the Constituency Development Fund in campaigns, contrary to the Election Offences Act.
While monitoring the political process, the Commission has found that a significant number of Kenyans from 10 counties, among them Lamu, Garissa, Marsabit, Baringo, Mandera and Nakuru, are unlikely to cast their vote in the coming election as a result of violence in different regions across the country, prompting their migration to different areas.
The Commission notes with concern that there is an ongoing displacement and involuntary movement of persons out of the affected areas, with the potential of affecting the voting patterns and the ability of the citizenry to cast their votes. The Commission further notes that as the political activities heighten, there is a corresponding spike in criminal activities.
The Commission has also criticized politicians and political parties for meting out attacks on constitutional commissions and independent offices after some candidates failed to be cleared to run for office. KNCHR has condemned the involvement of school children in campaign activities, arguing that it exposes them to potential danger and diverts their attention from schoolwork.
The Commission has documented 101 cases of use of children in political activities and disruption of learning activities, with the highest prevalence recorded in Nairobi, Kiambu, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Nyamira.
Odede has also called on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, to enhance public trust through open and transparent communication for voters to meaningfully engage in the electoral process. Judah Ben-Har, KTN News.
And 5 victims of deadly Embu brew last week were today laid to rest in a mass burial in Embu County. During the ceremony, residents urged relevant government agencies to move with speed and end illicit brew, which they said had claimed many lives in the county. Clement Masombo has that story.
Burial mass for the 5 people who died last week in Embu after allegedly consuming illicit brew was held today in Karuku village in Mbeere South Sub-County. The 5 died after taking the deadly liquor produced by a local businessman in Embu County. During the burial ceremony, locals made a passionate appeal to various agencies to up their game and end illicit liquor in the area.
Ile tunaomba serikali, wale watu wanao kibali cha kuidhinisha hii pombe haramu na wale watu wanao kibali cha kuangalia pombe inayouzwa katika hii area wako, lakini tukiangalia wamekuwa na ulegefu sana, kwa sababu kama wangekuwa wameshika laini makini kabisa, sasa tungekuwa tunaomboleza kifo cha watu wetu.
Kabla mfanye maneno ingine, mfikirie vijana kwa njia kubwa, otherwise hatutakuwa na future generation in this country sababu ya laxity. Na ndio unaona watu kama Wajakoya wanapata umaarufu na dakika chache sana. Why? Sababu ya hopelessness yenye iko hapa.
Last week, Embu County Commissioner Edison Nyale refuted claims that the 5 died after consuming illicit brew. According to Nyale, the 5 could have died after feasting on crocodile meat, which they had ordered in a local restaurant a few moments before embarking on a drinking spree.
Na pengine ni ile nyama ambao wamekula, because unapoonja unakula nyama ya mamba, huwezi jua unakula blada ama unakula nyama yenyewe.
Following the tragedy, police arrested 2 suspects linked with the manufacturing of illicit brew.
Somebody somewhere is not doing their job. I think it is a tragedy. And this is the price you pay.
Mimi ningeomba serikali iingilie kati kupitia utafiti wao kwa mabaa zote, sio tu ati kwa Karuku, juu hakuna pahali kunafaa kupotea mwananchi.
Clement Masombo, KTN News.
Now, the impasse that almost saw private hospitals withhold services from members of the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, earlier this year seems to be over following an agreement between the health service providers and the national insurer on proposed fees in their new contract. NHIF says the strategic standardization of hospitals' contracts will be key in ensuring quality of care, efficiency and productivity, which is critical in the attainment of universal health care coverage in the country. Gloria Milimu reports.
The new contract for the year 2022-2024, according to NHIF, accommodates concerns of Kenyans through standardization of reimbursement rates across all NHIF-credited facilities. The contracts are either comprehensive, where members will walk in and out without paying for services, or non-comprehensive, where they will be required to top up for services.
We have also expanded the scope that covers, one, the medical outpatient cover has been enhanced to cover 7 categories of essential basic lab tests and payment model risk adjustment for the 5 most common non-communicable diseases. In terms of medical inpatient, the reimbursement amount has been enhanced by an average of 12% and standardized across all providers. In terms of oncology benefits, this has been expanded to include bone scans and radionuclide therapy, access to PET scans, and access increased to 3 providers. You recall that initially, PET scan was only available at the Aga Khan Hospital. Now, the service has been availed in GOK facility, that is the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, and also there is a faith-based facility in Kitui.
What we have sat here negotiating for that time on comprehensive is to have pricing on surgical packages, on oncology packages, on other medical packages, so that every Kenyan can enjoy that service on the comprehensive contracts.
Initially, private hospitals were opposed to the new fees, decrying the amount NHIF was willing to pay for services rendered, saying it was not feasible. NHIF says members will access these services in more than 7,600 health facilities spread across the country, of which 80% are comprehensively contracted. Gloria Milimu, KTN News.
Right, we're taking a short break here on KTN News Center. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
I had that list in my house. So, my wife got hold of that list. She went to the special branch. She said, I'm a member of a movement that is overthrowing the government, and he had a list of people who are the contributors to the movement. He gave that list. The government was groping in the darkness. So when this piece of information, it was a breakthrough. And it was said I was a ringleader. By that one alone, they had the list of 40 people.
Monday to Friday, join me, Edward Quach, on Spice FM from 3 to 7 p.m. See you there.
The Spice Drive, spicing up your drive.
Nakukaribisha katika kipindi cha Daula Elimu ambapo hii leo niko katika kaunti ya Homa Bay, shule ya mseto ya Agoro Sare ambapo tuko hapa kwa ajili ya mdahalo murwa kabisa.
Na ningependa kusema kuwa wakati wa uchaguzi vijana hawapaswi kuchukua hongo kutoka kwa wanasiasa.
Na msitumie vijana vibaya.
Wanafunzi wako umewaandaa vipi wanapoenda katika uchaguzi mkuu ambao sasa hivi umechacha moto?
Wameelezwa na wakajua ya kwamba wanatakikana kuwa vyombo vya amani.
On leadership, we have been training the students. We have our leaders within. And it is a participatory process whereby they elect their leaders and they also campaign.
Every day, we empower our members to work, to inspire, to lead. Equity, Karibu Member.
This is KTN News. KTN News. Get the whole story.
Welcome back to KTN News Center. Let's now cross over to Ashley Mazuri and Jesse Rogers, who are currently moderating a Face the Children debate here at the Standard Group offices. Over to you, Ashley and Jesse.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hey, you sound so low. I mean, I know it's cold outside, but good morning once again. I want to welcome you to the Standard Group headquarters. It is a special day for us as we host the inaugural Face the Debate, the Face the Children debate, right?
Definitely, and we're hoping it's the first of many, and we're definitely appreciative for each and every one of you making your time. Remember, we're equally live on KTN News, so feel free to interact with us and karibuni sana. So we're here for a very special occasion, as she mentioned, and we know the time we are living in, 38 days to the general election.
Indeed.
And we've seen so many issues arising. We've had a couple of manifestos being launched, but we are here as a Standard Group, UNICEF Kenya, and other partners, including Maramoja, to break down issues bedeviling the children in the society. So we'll be taking a look at the issues facing children. And what better way than to talk about these issues facing children than with the children themselves. You're not alone today. Zawadi, good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. How
It's
are you
great
doing?
to see you.
Great to see you too. Good morning once again. Good morning. My name is Zawadi Kayo and I'll be your little co-host today, so welcome. Are you all excited to be here? Yes. Wow. As you can see, they're excited. Over to you, Jesse.
Definitely excited. And perhaps you can just get 2 remarks from a young gent and a young lady on why exactly they're excited to be here today. Because it's all about them, right?
Yes.
Let's proceed.
Morning.
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 Good morning.
Which school are you from?
My primary school, Kabarak.
Wow, that must be a good school. So please stand up so the crowd can see you.
Yes.
So what's your name?
Esther.
Which grade are you in?
Grade 8.
Wow. So what do you expect from the event?
My expect that us as children will be able to give out our point of views and we'll be able to express ourselves openly for a better Kenya.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. So I'm going to the back.
Okay.
Morning.
Morning.
How do you feel today?
I feel great to be in the presence of such a great crowd, great magnitude of people, and I'm very, very happy to be in the presence of such a group of people.
So please stand up so the rest can see as well. So please tell us more about yourself.
My name is Emmanuel Njenga. I am from the Great Alliance High School to represent now the views of the children.
Which grade are you in?
I am in Form 4.
Wow, Form 4 is quite a grade. So what do you expect from events?
I expect that this will be an open forum whereby we'll communicate our views and our leaders will be accountable and give answers that make sense. Not just textbook answers that are practical to our situation and to answer whatever views that we may raise in the view of children now.
Thank you. So, as you've heard, it's more about communication and expression.
Definitely.
Back to you, Jesse.
Well, we're definitely excited as well. Once again, a round of applause to the lady and gent. Well, thank you so much for that, Zawadi. We'll be coming back to you in just but a few. But exactly, that's what we'll be doing right here. It's an open forum discussion. So for the young minds right here, feel at home and be ready to engage some of the legislators we have right here as you put them to task to perhaps explain some of the key 6-point issues that were highlighted during this particular contest. Right, Ashley?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Jesse, the children are our future. So our country is in their hands. But just to ask you, when you were their age, what issues were you facing?
Well, you put me on the spot, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I had an affinity of writing, so I used to participate in essays as well. And I'm pretty sure there are good writers here. In case you want to be a journalist, see me after, right?
Definitely. So we promise you a fruitful and informative discussion in the next 1.5 hours. So without any further ado, let's get started. We'd like to welcome MD Broadcast Jomunene for our opening remarks.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Standard Group, I'd like to welcome all of you, starting with the kids and the youth, young at heart, to the Standard Group and to this event. And I had one of the gentlemen there say he went to the Great Alliance. Or rather, that's his school, and I want to say I went to Alliance also. So I know there was a fad that was doing the rounds the other day. The National Children Youth Essay Writing and Video Competition is a joint competition by the Standard Group and UNICEF to champion children's rights through the media. And we really want to give our heartfelt gratitude to UNICEF for this partnership. The aim of the Face the Children campaign and the National Essay and Video competition is to raise on children's issues, especially in the lead-up to the next month's elections, general elections. The children in this competition were encouraged to bring out the pressing issues in their surroundings. This covers home, school, and society at large, and their thoughts on what the government and their representatives ought to do to address those issues. The applicants shared their experiences in the communities they reside in, and these were the key competition focus areas. One, how to get the best start to life, and this covers the issues of nutrition, health, education for children ages from birth to 5 years old. How to connect, number 2 of the issues was how to connect schools to the internet to help all students to learn in a digital world. Number 3, primary and communication health issues, such as providing health care for children in local communities. We also sought to cover on social protection, i.e. helping poor families financially with solutions such as cash transfers. The other key areas of focus was ending violence against children, either at home, at school, online, in communities, and especially over the COVID period, I guess because of all the mental issues and the pressures. There was a lot of violence cases coming up, and this is a criteria, this is an issue that's very key to the children. The other issue was, and the final issue was on climate change, how to move Kenya to a green economy and help communities to adapt to the challenges brought about by drought and floods. So these were the areas that were a key focus for this competition, and as we move along, we'll be able to emphasize more on these areas. So once again, just to welcome all of us to this event, and now it gives me pleasure to introduce one of our key stakeholders for this event, and that's the CEO of Mara Moja, Mr. Ronald Mahondo. Karibu sana.
Good morning, all. Yes, all protocols observed, knowing that we are here with distinguished members of the society and guests, and also children who have something to say to us. I'm really excited to be here as part of the sponsors of this event, and also just to talk about three things. The first thing is outcomes, second thing is friction, and third thing is key issues that we are focusing on. So I think from a student's perspective, the key focus is to be able to learn and to learn successfully in school and to get the outcomes that they are looking for, whatever it is. And there are a lot of frictions which come in the way when students are seeking to get good education. And I think one of them is, how do you get to school on time, safely, and securely? And these are the key issues which us as Mara Moja are trying to solve using our technology, where we're asking ourselves two key questions, which is, how safe are you on the road? Are you being taken care of? Are you traveling in a manner that is secure and safe for you? Are the drivers taking the necessary precautions? Are you getting to school on time? Are you spending too much time on the road? And then the second thing is security in terms of who comes to pick children in school. Who makes sure that the right person is picking the right student, especially now in this age where we know there are a lot of bad actors in the society. So with these few remarks, I'm really excited to be here, and I want to thank the hosts for inviting us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. A round of applause, kindly. Well, that's the CEO of Mara Moja Transport, Ronald Mahondo, right there. Well, we thank you for your brief remarks. And let's continue in earnest with the next part. And it brings me great pleasure to invite our CEO at Standard Group, Mr. Orlando Lyomu, to give his opening statement and remarks as we get the show on the road. Welcome, CEO.
Thank you, Jesse. Good morning, everyone. UNICEF Kenya representative, Ms. Maniza Zaman, our distinguished panelists, honorables, we have Gladys, we have Abdul Swamad, we have Pasaris and Mwaura, school children from various institutions. I heard of the Great Alliance. I didn't go to the Great Alliance. But I'll be proud to represent Moi High School, Kabarak. Parents, guardians, teachers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are greatly honored to host you at the Standard Group this morning. We know that these are busy times, and our politicians are also busy conducting their campaigns. So we really thank everyone for creating some time and finding time to join the children today. We also know that the school timetable this year has been particularly tight, so we thank first the schools and the teachers and the children who have made time to come and make this event successful. Today marks a milestone in our collaboration with UNICEF Kenya as we celebrate the winners of the national essay, essay writing and video competition that the Standard Group ran in partnership with UNICEF Kenya for several months earlier this year. It's important to know that this is an initiative that was conceptualized some time back, and notwithstanding the COVID challenges, we felt that it still had to go on, and we tried to align to the school calendars. The competition ended successfully with about 300 entries received. We will be awarding the winners who met the stringent standards set by our joint panel of judges. However, I must emphasize that as long as you enter the competition, we consider you a winner. So why are we celebrating these children? Children are the future of our society, and it is our collective responsibility to nurture them, educate them, and guide them to take on their roles as responsible citizens of good character and with the skills required to move Kenya forward. Once upon a time, I was as young as you guys, and we used to be told you are the future of Kenya. The interesting thing is that you never see it coming, but at one point you just find yourself that you are actually the future. We believe in identifying and developing talents of our youth and working with like-minded organizations such as UNICEF Kenya to support initiatives that make this a reality. Writing and video production is what we at the Standard Group are all about. As content creators and disseminators, it is our responsibility to identify and nurture future journalists of Kenya. It is clear that from these creative young minds, the future of our business is assured. Indeed, it is my hope that from this group, we will get candidates to join the Standard Media Academy in the near future. The Standard Media Academy is where we take graduates from different disciplines and put them through a journalism course for about 9 months so that we get journalists who are experts in specific fields. The challenges facing children in Kenya are well documented. In fact, through our partnership with UNICEF, our editorial teams have traversed the length and breadth of Kenya, writing and recording real-life situations afflicting children. I think some of the areas have been mentioned by my colleague, Jomo Nene Nozia, earlier. The purpose of doing this is to create awareness at the highest level of leadership of the ticking time bomb that must be addressed by all. Key among those who must create the solutions are, of course, legislators and the government, both at the national and county levels. Our role as the voice of society is to amplify these issues and ensure that they are brought to the top of the national agenda. And what better time to do this than during this election period when we are hearing all manners of promises from our politicians. That is why we have created this unique platform that we are calling Face the Children Debate, to give the children an opportunity to ask these questions, these pressing questions directly to those who may hold the solutions. It is our hope that this interaction will be the beginning of many more, where we break the barriers and engage in a robust and in a friendly manner with children and the youth, to listen to one another and begin to solve challenges that sometimes seem insurmountable. I congratulate the winners and thank all those who participated in the competition. I encourage you to freely express yourselves during this interaction with our political leaders. I am sure your efforts will be rewarded. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the next speaker, the head of UNICEF, and I would say our partners who have been very instrumental in making sure this day comes together. So please, a round of applause for Ms. Maniza Zaman as she comes to give her address. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, Standard Group CEO Orlando Limo, distinguished panelists. It's a true pleasure to be here. It's exciting to be here. It's exciting to be here among so many children. I hope you're all doing well. Yes? Okay, cool. All right. So as I said, for UNICEF, it's a true pleasure to partner with the Standard Group on this. And for me, actually, it's really a moment of excitement because I'm delighted that this first debate is going to be about children and that you as children will have this opportunity to engage, to ask questions, to express your views. And this is one of many, I hope, that's going to be happening as we move forward. This general election is actually going to be shaping the future of Kenya at a very critical time. As you all know, the country is starting to emerge from the shadow of COVID-19, but of course, we face different challenges. We have the drought here in Kenya, as you all know, issues of climate change. We're seeing the cost of living go up. We also have constrained global food supplies. And so often the people who are most affected by these issues and the future direction of the country are actually children. Almost half of the population of Kenya are children. And the services that are delivered by government have a direct impact on their well-being, safety, and development. I know that children don't vote, but if children did vote, they would be looking at certain critical issues that affect them now and their life chances in the future. But parents do vote, as do older siblings and the wider family and community members. So that's why we're calling on all political parties and candidates to prioritize children's issues and for the voting public to carefully consider the key issues that are being debated and see what will be the impact on children in Kenya. So when we did our analysis as UNICEF, we identified 6 key issues that we really wanted to put to the fore, and they have been talked about before, but let me just very briefly just go through them once again. First of all, we'd like to see every single child get the best possible start in life. That means good nutrition, good health, being protected, having access to water sanitation. And we know that there are many, many children in this country who still don't have that. So they miss out. And if they miss out when they're very young, they're not going to be able to develop well physically or mentally. Second, we believe that we need to enhance the learning experience for every single child here in Kenya. Not just some, every single child. And digital literacy is a key part of this. And yet we know that many, many schools don't have access to internet. So perhaps we ought to be accelerating this and moving so that every single public primary school in Kenya, every secondary school is connected to the internet. You should all have that same chance. Third, we would really like to see primary healthcare and community healthcare come to all the villages and communities in Kenya, because many of the illnesses and diseases children face can be prevented if you had those services. Fourth, we would like to see that basically children who live in poor families are assisted, what we call social protection, so that those children also have a good chance and a fair chance in life. Fifth, we would like to see a complete end to violence against children. You know that almost half of children in Kenya have faced some kind of a violence in their childhood. That's a huge number, and we need to have Kenya free from violence, a childhood free from violence. And finally, climate change. We all know what's happening with climate change, and we would like the government, we speak on your behalf, I guess you would like the government as well, to actually take accelerated action so that the impacts of climate change don't impact you as children. Because at the end of the day, you have done very little to contribute to the climate crisis. But the impacts of the climate crisis are going to be on you. So we've got to reverse this. So we actually partnered with Standard Group because we want to hear from you directly. We want you to ask the questions. We want to hear, what is it that you would like to see as Kenya moves towards the next elections and has another leadership. So finally, I just want to say that really our call is for the children of Kenya. They matter, they have rights, and they must engage meaningfully in the future of this country. And our call is also to the voting public of Kenya. It is your collective responsibility to build a Kenya where every girl and boy is nurtured, loved, supported, so that they can fulfill their dreams. And I think it can be done. Thank you.
Well, once again, a round of applause, kindly.
I feel like they need more energy.
Yeah.
They feel so drained.
Yeah.
More energy. A round of applause, please. Well, thank you for those few remarks. As she has mentioned, those are the 6 points that we will be discussing a bit later. But before we get to that, we just want to listen to this story that was done by our very own Saada Hassan.
Kenya is on an ambitious plan of ending open defecation by the year 2025, which is just over 3 years from now. According to the Kenya Housing and Population Census, over 85% of open defecation happens in 15 counties. This week on Health Watch, we track the progress of achieving best sanitation practices in Homa Bay County. My name is Saada Hassan. Every child has the right to a quality education, which includes access to clean drinking water and other hygiene-related matters while at school. This a report under what is referred to as Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Services, or WASH.
Yes. Now do it alone. Yes.
Children spend a significant portion of their day at their respective learning institutions, where WASH services can impact learning, health, and their dignity. This particularly applies to girls, but it does not mean that boys don't deserve a clean learning environment. Arunda Primary School, which is located in Rangwe constituency in Homa Bay County, lies up the hill. Here it is a day just like any other, and class sessions are ongoing. Due to limited resources and high student population, sometimes the trees form part of the classrooms. However, this is not a problem, but lack of adequate toilets and hand-washing points form the biggest challenge. The 2019 census data shows that 7.4% of households lack sanitation facilities in Kenya. This equates to around 4.7 million people who practice open defecation. The same census also revealed that open defecation is more common in rural areas, at just over 11%, compared to urban areas where it stands at 0.8%. One study carried out in 2016 showed that in Kenya, around 17,000 children under 5 years die each year from diarrhea. 90% of these deaths are attributed to poor water, sanitation, and hygiene. Arunda School, in collaboration with partners like UNICEF, have taken up the challenge to create safer environments for children, and as a result, a health club was formed which acts as a role model for the rest of the students. The health club has 50 people spread from class 4 to 8. They meet once a week and discuss various topics on hygiene. Sometimes they incorporate debates to make the topics more relatable and collaborative.
First of all, storages of water. We can conserve the water by conserving rainwater, putting those tanks on the rain gauges and collecting enough water. We must conserve the water. If this water runs out, what will you use?
When I'm dirty and I'm telling someone to be clean, how do you expect that person to be clean? And yet, the person talking to that, the person spreading the gospel of being clean is the dirty person. And now, I agree to the motion that says sanitation and hygiene starts with you and me.
Girls, you must be clean all the time. You know, the stain on your dresses. If you get stained, you must wash it off. But there's no water in our. We have a problem of water in our school.
Water, sanitation, solid waste disposal and hygiene items are key features in achieving a healthy society. For this particular reason, we cannot relent our efforts in ensuring that we have safe spaces and healthy environments for our communities. Saad Hassan, KTN News, in Oyugi Village, Rangwe Sub-County.
All right, so that particular story by Saada Hassan sort of sets the pace for the discussion we're set to have with our well-abled panel. And I just want to introduce them one by one, beginning with the gentleman. Well, Esther Fasaris is the Nairobi County Woman Representative, and we appreciate your presence as well, Madam. Asante Sana. Well, Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, Asante Sana for your time, all the way from Mombasa. Round of applause. Well, he's the Mvita Member of Parliament. We'll get to deliberate with you a little bit later on. We appreciate your presence. Gladys Bosch-Cholet is last but definitely not least. A round of applause for her. She's the Uasin Gishu County Woman Representative. And they will form the panel. We'll be having a brief discussion with them in terms of those 6 issues that have been highlighted by the UNICEF country representative and what you've seen on the screens as well. Right, Ashley?
Definitely. It's going to be a fruitful conversation. But before we get to that, I just want us to talk to the children. After all, it is their day. So allow me to invite our little co-host, Zawadi, so that she can talk to the children and they can elaborate more on those key issues that they're facing. Zawadi, too.
Sorry, I'm having big mics in my hands. My hands are tiny. So I'm just going to invite over some people because I hear they had some questions based on the 6 topics.
Okay.
So Telvi Kishuri, please stand up so that the crowd can see you. Please give him a round of applause. So Telvi, please tell our leaders on the panel what your question was about.
First of all, thank you for this opportunity. And I have been called by many names, but the one I shall take up today is the future of the country. And being the future of the country, I feel it's my responsibility to represent all the children out there in front of accountable leaders who I'm sure will be there to answer all our questions scrupulously. The first question I had, which I think was the most important to me, is how they are going to handle the community's version of the truth. The community has many perceptions of the truth, most of which are false. How are they going to impact the society in an effect that we as children shall benefit? You see, most of the time, as we continue the way we are continuing, the world shall continue to spiral in a nightmare in which we can already see some dim glimpses. However, to turn these dim glimpses not only into startling reality, but also into an optimistic and positive view of life, I want to ask you as leaders, what shall you do to ensure that the best start in life in children, enhancing education, and even the primary and community health of children, how will you focus on such delicate issues, either being in the government or not? Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. We have Hamida Maya. Please give her a round of applause. So please tell our leaders of the panel about your question.
First of all, it is great honor and pleasure to be at your presence to represent millions of children in Kenya. The first question that I thought that was very important to be answered was, how will you help stop sexual harassment and discrimination among girls in school, which will insult trauma and guilt and also a feeling of betrayal, since most cases of rape are actually reported to be made by family members, close relatives, and also close family friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Rhoda. Please stand up. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
It is a great honor to be here, and my first question is, why are most of our schools in Kenya not connected to the internet? Because if they were, we would not have a crash program at the moment in our schools.
Now we have Alvin. Please stand up.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. My concern is over 1 million children globally experience various forms of violence. This includes child sexual exploitations, bullying, school corporal punishment, child labor, and the list goes on. Now, what strategies do you have to stop and end violence against children? Thank you.
Now we have Benis. Benis.
Hello, I'm honored to be at your presence. My question is, what will you do to provide better start for life of children? Thank you.
And last but not least, Naima. Where is Naima?
Good morning to all. Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm from Good Testimony Junior School. Okay, my question is based on healthcare. Okay, speaking as a diabetic patient myself, I would like to say that most medication treatments are very extravagant nowadays. It keeps growing more and more instead of growing less. So how can you ensure that there's equal supply of the medication to everyone?
Over to you, Ashley.
All right, thank you very much, Zawadi, for that. Of course, we've just heard from the bright young minds, our future. As Talvin mentioned, they are, aka the future of Kenya. Well, let's get to that discussion now. And of course, we're going to go bit by bit, topic by topic, so we get a better understanding. And Jesse, maybe we can start by the early life, the most important, time of a child or a human being.
Definitely.
In
Waswahili husema mtoto mleavyo.
Ndivyo akuavyo.
Naam. Anyway, my Swahili reaches there. But let's switch to English right now. So we'll start with the early start in life. And a lot happens at this particular stage. And just looking at the statistics right here, roughly 1.5 million children under 5 years of age are chronically malnourished. And that's damning statistics, if I can put it that way. And perhaps Gladys Boschele, I'll begin with you on that particular point, even as we echo one of the points that was raised when it comes to the early start in life. Number one, what exactly will we do to sort of better the start in life? How will we ensure that children start at a better point when you take a look at malnutrition and a couple of issues that they face?
Good morning, everyone, and it's good to see such young, brilliant, beautiful people in the room. It's a pleasure to be here. I think on the start to life, it's nice for the young people here to know that it's been a journey to get here. Where you are today is not where your grandfathers were. The concern relating to children started as far back as 1923. It's the first time the UN began to discuss it. And it's only in 1989 that we got the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child being documented, and Kenya acceded to it and domesticated it only in 2001. And I must say, I had the pleasure of being one of the drafters of the Children and the Law, and thereafter taught child law at the University of Nairobi. So this is something that's close to my heart. That's why I accepted the invitation, despite my tight schedule.
Thank you.
Let's start to life, and as the concern around children came around, the biggest concern first was for the child to be born alive, because people in the past, you may not know this, would have 10 children, but only 3 would survive. And we got to the point where the country's concern was to ensure that every child who was born lived. And we have succeeded largely as a country on that. The second one was relating to vaccinations. You may take vaccinations for granted, but believe me, if you look at some people my age and older, can't walk because they got polio when they were kids because they couldn't get vaccinations. So that was one of the guarantees. That continues to become government programs, that all children have access to vaccinations. there is still vaccinations that have to be paid for. So for those children whose parents cannot afford, can't have. But there's lots of vaccinations that are free and available. The other thing that is important is a child's brain grows until the age of 6. So if they don't get the right food at their early start of life, then their growth becomes stunted, and it affects their academic performance and definitely their development throughout life. I work with an organization that recently launched the Food Manifesto. It's called the Food Coalition. And we realized that there is 25% of children under 5 are undernourished in Kenya. 25%, that's a huge percentage. Mm-hmm. There is also another 1.5 million children who are chronically malnourished. So on the start to life, they must live when they are born, they must be vaccinated to protect them, and then they must have food that is proper nutrition. And it's not just having the right to food, it's food with adequate nutrition. Luckily, in 2010, our new constitution for the first time recognized the right to food and to right to proper housing and right to health. Article 53 and Article 43 guarantees that. Okay. So we are in a good place. The problem that we have now is it has not been fully implemented. So as children, we hear you, and as politicians here, we pledge that in our work in Parliament is to ensure that Article 43 and Article 53 are in fact implemented. And lastly, just to say this, young people, sometimes it's not the actual program specific to children. First of all, we've got to have some global things right. If we have universal health, the biggest beneficiaries will be children. If we improve our economy, the biggest beneficiaries are children, because your parents can feed you and house you. If we pay our debts and reschedule our debts, then you have a better future for as children, because if we don't do that now, you will be the ones paying the debts that you didn't even incur. So it's a broad spectrum of issues that I'm happy to see that the children are concerned about it. When we talk about climate change does affect you as children, because if we damage the environment now, we may have a good life, but the children who come after us will not be able to have a proper life. And on the issue, and then of course there is the other very direct interventions relating to children. You've talked about sexual harassment. Sexual harassment remains a very big problem. Myself and people like Njoki Ndung'u were at the time of passing of the Sexual Offences Act, we thought it would solve the problem. It's not yet solved. We realize that there has to be more detailed interventions at the school level, but it also comes from empowering you as children, so that you know what sexual harassment is. Because many children are harassed, but they don't actually know it's sexual harassment. Somebody touches you and you think it's okay, but actually it's molestation. So we need to educate you more, because if we give you the power to understand it, then you can prevent it. Because you are not able to call for help if you don't think it's wrong. So most of our children do not know that. And we hope that by programs like this, and thanks to Standard Group and Mara Moja and UNICEF, is that if we empower our kids, then they know. Then even some children don't even know that it's abuse. And if we empower them to know what's abuse, they can be able to say, this can't happen. And simple other solutions. For example, I tell all the girls and boys in school here, when you're meeting your teacher, they should not shut the door. Especially the girls, if you're meeting a male teacher, the door is supposed to be open, and most likely they should have another person in the room. So we can have preventive measures like that. You can start demanding that as young people.
All right. Thank you, Madam, for that. Of course, even as we continue talking about the integration of packages for services for young children, let's talk about the fact that we're going to be hearing a number of pledges, especially during this season. But how do we ensure the next government will actually implement it, sir?
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate first and foremost 300 applicants. All of you are winners. The fact that you've been able to express yourselves. I'm listening to some of the questions that are here. truly intelligent. I want to thank UNICEF, the Standard Group, and Mara Moja as well for this. And I always say this, a person is judged on what they say, and what they say is judged on their previous actions. So I'd like to take this on a narrative of what I have been able to do. I know that I'll not be sitting in the same house with my sisters, and I've served with Isaac as well, and probably in my next role. Where I come from, in terms of matters nutrition, over the last 12 years, that's way before I became a member of parliament, we came up with a feeding program for candidates during exams when they were doing their primary school. And regardless of whether a school was of the elite or a school was for the very poor, we came up with a meal plan during the examination period where proper balanced meal was actually given by a nutritionist. We were able to do this over the years. Last year, for the examinations, we were able to do this for the whole of Mombasa, simultaneously making sure that a child has an access to a meal. And one thing we've realized is it greatly enhanced the performance of the children. And one of the pledges that we're now saying is if we were able to do this without necessarily tapping into government funding, that means there's a lot of people of goodwill out there, we can be able to do this for the ECD children, that they should be able to access schools, and malnutrition or hunger by any other name or means should not be deterrent. I've heard issues that have been talked about regarding IT in schools. Actually, as a member of parliament, we were able to set up IT hubs in our schools. Some of the schools that are not as privileged as other schools would be today have these IT hubs. We were also able to do something that has not been done in many schools, and we intend to do this because it has worked, to try and curb the level of absenteeism, where children don't go to school for one reason or the other. Maybe they fear that element of being bullied in school. We came up with a system where every child who walks into school, there is a digital sensor that immediately picks up that child and actually sends an SMS message to the parent that your child has already reported to school. And when a child leaves school as well, there's a similar message that is sent to the parent. We did this in just a number of schools, of course, because of resources being limited. And now we're saying that this can be multiplied to every other single institution. Some of the schools within our constituency as well have CCTV cameras that have been installed, just to be able to curb that level of school violence and these children feeling that they can be able to be subject to any form of crime. And we were able to do that quite successfully. Instances that have been able to happen, we've been able to capture it. So these are some of the things that we do intend to do. There's something else that we were able to do, and this greatly, one of the most important elements in child's education from early childhood onwards is we need to have proper communication between the parent and, of course, the teachers. So we came up with a school diary program where every single child has a school diary. In some of the schools that do not have necessarily access to applications and softwares, where the parents do not necessarily have smartphones, we can now say that we were actually doing hard copy diaries, where a parent can be able to communicate to the teachers and vice versa. And now we're saying that if we're able to increase internet penetration within our schools and out of schools as well, this can now be way better, where a parent can just go into their phone and just open an app, and they can be able, and an app has actually been developed, and coincidentally, the app was not developed by an adult, it was developed by a person who is still in school. A prototype was actually developed. So these are some of the things that we intend to do.
Okay.
And lastly, one of the issues that we intend to roll out is free sanitary towel program amongst our schools.
Okay.
As much as Mombasa is very urban, it's surprising that there are quite a number of young children who are unable to attend school because of how they feel during certain dates of the month.
All right, well noted. Thanks for breaking that down. A round of applause. So perhaps, Honorable Esther Pasaris, as we continue with the discussion, I'm pretty sure education is close to your heart, and there was a pretty direct question from one of the young panelists. How comes, why not all schools are not connected to internet? You know, and it was rather direct. But even as you answer that, I'm pretty sure social protection is close to your heart. Let's break it down in a way that will envision the intended recipients actually getting the benefit of support from the government. Because looking at statistics right now, we want to get to a point where at least 1.7% of the GDP in the country is actually pushed towards social protection. So how do you think we will expand it to include vulnerable families and vulnerable young minds as well, and the intended recipients are the ones who are benefiting? Yeah.
Good morning, children. I just want to say you are here today, and you should really give yourselves a pat on the back for being here, right? Standing up to be counted, bringing the government to task, us as leaders. And, you know, you did this because you participated in a competition. And I hear there were many, many children all over the country who participated. And you were the ones that did well, were chosen, right? And I want to commend all the children that are watching from across the country, because when you take part in a competition, you stand up to be counted. When you address the issues that were put before you, that means you're in tune and in touch with the realities of life. You know, and I've seen children, I mean, here in Kenya, we've got Elizabeth Wanjiru, right? We had Wangari Maathai, right? She was the best person in terms of environment, right? Nobel laureate as well. And then now we've got Elizabeth Wanjiru out there planting trees. We have Greta Thunberg across the world, right, talking on climate change. So you have a voice, all right? Remember that you have a voice, and you can use it. We were once children. Today we are leaders. I mean, I was a class prefect, a class monitor, so I used my voice from a very young age. So remember, never be silent. Use your voice and always ask questions and always demand answers. The only thing I don't like that children do when they get frustrated and angry is the burning of schools that we've seen happening in our country. So we have to also encourage each other to not be violent ourselves, right? Because you're the next generation, and we want you not to do the things that we did or the things that the generation before you is doing, right? Now, our government, you know, it's your government, it's our government, all right? It's our country. Our government is trying to do a lot of things right. Now, when we talk about social protection, in the UK, which is a very rich economy, right? They provide social protection to families, right? And that is something that we've been doing, but in a staggered way, providing for the PWDs, providing for the old, right? For providing for the people the youth, jobs and opportunities. But what we need to do in terms of social protection is to recognize that not many families have jobs, income earners within the family. And who suffers? It's the children. The housing conditions have not been good. The government came up with the slum upgrading program so that we can have proper houses for our children. It starts from there. Because when we sent you home during the pandemic, we saw that over 200,000 children came back pregnant. They didn't come back pregnant because they wanted to be pregnant. They came back pregnant because they were defiled or abused, right? Now, as a government, we've put up, we passed an act. Parliament passed an act in 2014, and the act was the Psychology and Counsellors Act, and we're trying to operationalize that act. Why? Because we feel that when you have a voice and you're going through abuse, you need to be able to talk to someone. So we can only protect you and know what can be done for you if we know what's going on. So that act, once implemented, will provide counselors in every school, right? But even right now, you can speak to your teachers. You can speak to your neighbors. You can speak to your parents. Never be shy to speak to your parents. A lot of children cannot be protected because what happens is when they're abused, they're told, oh, don't tell anyone, or we will kill your parents, we will do this. No. You can only be protected when you speak up. So your voice is very important. In terms of government and what government can do, my colleague here, Abdul Samad, said that sanitary towels. We provided sanitary towels, but only for public schools. We've got community-based schools and we've got mission-based schools. So the government has to put more money into providing sanitary towels. We have to put more money into providing classrooms so that you're not congested. We have to put more money into the facilities in the schools, right? Like laboratories, ICT laboratories, or even home science laboratories, or even tailoring shops. This competent-based education is trying to find out what do you like, what is your passion, what can you do as a career. I know that there's been a lot of focus based on becoming an A student. All right, and we've seen students commit suicide because they didn't get the results that their parents expected of them, right? We want to tell parents that your child can still aspire to be someone big. It's not just about academics. It's about the talents that the child has. It's about talents, whether sports or whether singing, you know, or whether painting. I mean, we've got a young celebrated artist. I mean, she's amazing. She's never been to school. It's a talent that she had, and she's painted presidents across the world. So for me, I feel that as children, just know that your government has a plan and a good plan for you. And it's working on that. In terms of universal healthcare, there was a child here who spoke about diabetes. I'm a diabetes. What is happening for me? I know that we've provided NHIF cards so that when a child is sick in secondary school, she can access medical care. But there's something that we are not addressing, which is the parents' ability to provide adequately for the child. We've got early learning schools provided by the devolved governments, so you get your formative studies well, but a lot of parents don't send their children to school. So the chiefs are going home to pick out the children. The parents don't send the children to school because maybe they don't have uniform. One of the things that I would like to do when if I get a chance to come back, is to make sure that we ban school uniforms. Because school uniforms are so expensive, and majority of the families cannot afford school uniforms, and the children go to school or don't go to school because of school uniforms. And in Europe, across Europe, school uniforms is not going to make you become more disciplined, right? And the parents spend about 20 to 30,000 shillings, which they cannot afford, right? So while we have free primary education all the way to university, we have to understand the challenges of our families, right? So for me, I feel, you know, continue being children, continue having your playtime, because that is important for you. Because if you're not able to be a child and the demands on you are just study, 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 bring the A result, then you lose being a child. So enjoy being a child, enjoy speaking, enjoy educating your families. Now we're going to an election period. The message I want you all to take to your families is, Mommy, after elections, and Daddy, after elections, we want to go back to school. We want to go back to a peaceful country. So please, let's have a peaceful election. You can be the voice of reason to your families, because you're not the ones who are going to be out there having violence. You're the ones who are going to be impacted by violence. But I know that though we have challenges, the programs that we have with government, including maternal health, we had Linda Mama, so many children were born, and the challenges of malnutrition, the government does provide nutrition, it's not enough. Corruption is the big animal in the room. If we deal with corruption, we'll have resources to put across to all the schools. Okay. We really need to know that our government is our government, and we need to work together.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Honorable Passaris, for that. Coming to you, Honorable Maura, of course, even as you add your voice to the issues that have been talked about before, let's talk about this issue called climate change, which is causing a big threat to the future of our country. How best can we transition to low carbon economy?
Thank you very much, Ashley and Jesse. Very interesting question, and I must first begin by congratulating the young people, the children who are here, and to tell you that some times back, I was also seated where you were seated, asking leaders questions, but eventually I was able to also join the leaders. So I see future parliamentarians and leaders who are going to change the country going forward. So congratulations for being here. And by the way, I don't know whether you people are happy to see the country director of UNICEF here. It's who is using what kind of energy to develop their economy. It's a very, very contentious question. Because now we in Africa are being told to use less, and we are being affected disproportionately when it comes to climate change. And when you look at the 6 issues raised, they are all interconnected, because if a father and a mother are not able to provide for the children in terms of getting good food with the right kind of nutrition, they are not able to take care of the diseases. Definitely sometimes there could be violence because of lack of provisioning. And that would therefore mean there is no equal opportunity even at school. And now the intervention by government is the social protection. So all of these issues are actually very well interconnected. And I think, in my opinion, we need to invest more in terms of renewable energy, so that then we are able to use nuclear, we are able to use biodiesel, so that we cut down on the trees and we are able to fuel our economy. I believe Kenya and Africa are yet to be properly exploited. I've just come yesterday from Zambia, so I can see the world is rising, really. Africa is rising, but still we need to use more. However, these carbon credits around the developed economies is very important, because this kind of money, Madam UNICEF Director, can then go directly to provisioning for social protections for orphans and vulnerable children, children with disabilities that I represent in Parliament. So they are all connected that way. So on one hand, you need to get new energy so that you can exploit the economy, so that there are more jobs, and so therefore families can provide for themselves. On the other, you get the money from the developed economies in the meantime to even fund social protection, so that there are more people who are covered. So it's kind of an egg and chicken situation, because you cannot say that we should not develop. These young people who are seated before us today need jobs tomorrow. They are aspirational, and they are connected to the formal economy. But also, if you can allow me to quickly go through some of the things that I heard the children ask. Number one, the guy from Alliance, the Bush, you are basically asking us, how secure are you in our hands? And I want to be honest with you and tell you that it's not very easy to change the whole situation. Our economy has produced so many poor people, extremely. And I have gone through the campaign trail. I can tell you, I've gone into homes of people, they have no food. You give them one packet of unga, they are very grateful. They don't know what to get there tomorrow. But then we are trying to do something at our own level. It's just that we need to change our economy and address the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Those people who are sitting under trees as classrooms. We need to really directly speak to them and put money into their pockets. But then it's just a question of doing little things here and there. Cumulatively, we do our bargain of our generation, and then the next generation will do the other. And I believe, because you're already thinking about these issues, you'll also make your contribution. And I hope by the time you arrive at this stage here, when maybe we change places and we'll be the ones listening to you, that we shall have created a better platform for you. Hamida, the issue of girls in school and rape, I think there is enough legislation but yet a lot has yet to be implemented in terms of protection. And I think it's just a question of ensuring that there are proper reporting mechanisms and also awareness around, so that girls can know exactly when they are being violated, and even boys in this matter, so that then you are able to report, and also there is a proper response, even in terms of our police and the community at large. I think for order, the issue of internet connection, Kenya has got one of the best internet connection, I can tell you for sure. I think it's just that our government should now invest fully in terms of funding the internet connection in schools. The laptop project was yet to work, but I think it's important to have even computer laboratories and what have you. Only also to protect the children from going into those websites that are not very good, the YouTubes that would show things like pornography, violence, and what have you. There's too much violence on the internet, so it should be also very well directed, and also creating local content that increases knowledge on children. But it is important that there be connection. Alvin, I think the issue of violence against children, there's always that debate. Are you violating a child? Are you disciplining a child? And we are told from the Bible, spare the rod, spoil the child. So I think it's just finding a good nexus, but it is unfair to actually have violence against children. Sometimes it's because parents are venting their frustration on children, and when there's a lot of, animosity in society, children are the most vulnerable. So we need to just make sure that we strike a good balance. And of course, there are stiffer penalties for those who violate children, but also children should not be exposed like the games they play. You see them. You have guns. Children are being told how to shoot. I think for me, they are slowly being inculcated into violence. So that also needs to be properly looked into. Bernice, I think a better start for children at life. I think the family is a basic social unit. So if you get it right there, then you'll have a better start in life. And I think it still goes back to, it boils down to the issue of are parents able to provide for their children? Do they know how to bring up the children? I am a parent. I am bringing up a boy. But sometimes I think these children should have come down with their manual. There is no formula for bringing up children. And our social setups do not support, how families they used to be in the traditional setup. So we need to improve that in the form of, in this concrete jungle, in our condominiums, in our apartments, so that people are able to find support as parents, so they are able to have a better start for their children. And finally, the issue of diabetes, I have presented a petition in Parliament on this. It was very well received in the Senate in terms of ensuring that we lower the costs of medicine for diabetes. But I think if we have proper, universal health cover for everyone, including those who have diabetes, those children with disabilities who require constant medical attention, it would really, really, really help. For example, just to show you how it works, when I got into Parliament, I was able to have a budget for persons with albinism, and today many of them are receiving free sunscreen lotions by government. So representation counts. It's good to have leaders, and I believe that even in Parliament there are people who are affected by diabetes and other kind of chronic illnesses, and we shall continue to champion for your cause. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Mora, for that. Of course, the event is Face the Children, and it is a day for the children. So let's allow them to talk. And if you have a question, just raise your hand, and Zawadi will come to you. But, there are so many. But before that, Zawadi is set to... Yes, we'll answer right away. But Zawadi is set to talk to Mr. Juma of Global Peace Foundation. Zawadi?
So, this is a question of my own. What is your take on violence against children?
I think violence against children is barbaric. It should never happen. It should never be allowed to happen. This is one of the things, and even when it happens in the school settings, bullying. I know when I was growing up, I experienced some bullying in high school. It should never happen. We should not allow it to happen. So I think our parents, we need to ensure that our schools are safe spaces for our children and also the family. Yeah.
Thank you. So, who has a question? Okay, there are many. So I'll start off with you.
I have been asked to use my voice to speak up and to demand answers. Let me demand this from you, if I may be able to focus on Madam Gladys. You have talked about right food at the early age in life. However, as the condition in the country progresses, there are many the cases of floods and other situations that drought. It's a case of you're either consumed by fire or fire. However, you haven't given us a stable solution. You have pledged that you'll address these issues, but you haven't given us a sound policy and legislative framework in which you'll work for in order to boost the welfare of marginalized children. To my second question, Mr. Nasir, children have been forced to put food on the table according to this economy that we're having right now. And I actually applaud you for the work you've done in providing food to the meals actually to students in primary schools. However, there's a large proportion of these children who are not in schools. Therefore, what's your plan to reach the children who are not actually in school and able to have an access to the meals you're providing? Mr. Omaura, if you may allow me to address you. Climate change, I feel, poses an unparalleled test for humanity. However, I think the burden of this climate change is felt most by the children. And you've given us certain solutions in which you feel will be best in tackling these issues. And even included your trip to Zambia. Therefore, I have to ask you the question, gathering intel that you have from your experience in politics, experience outside the country, and also within, what other new initiatives, these are already things we already had maybe in the past, what's new that you're willing to put to the table in which we children can benefit directly? Thank you.
Yes, what I want. All right, Zawadi, if you could take the questions for Honorable Gladys Boschole, because she has other engagements, so that she can answer them, and then we continue.
Okay, so who has a question for her? I start with my name.
Yes, please.
My name is Ranon Baraka. I school from Good Testimony International School, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity. I want to talk to...
it's okay. Just ask.
You said that you would use another alternative other than wood to stop climate change. That would be nuclear power and energy. I really think that's a dangerous thing to put in the economy. And I'm not sure to suggest that, especially in the middle of a very big country.
Right. Thank you for that. So maybe we can respond to that before we take more questions, please.
All right, thank you, Baraka. I think that was an amazing question. I appreciate you. First of all, sometimes I tell people the solutions are so close to us and available, we don't take them. We don't have to go the direction of nuclear power immediately as a country like Kenya. Remember, 60% of the people in Kenya are in the rural areas. And in the rural areas, we have the manure from our livestock. We can create biogas and have electricity from it. We can promote solar energy as a government so that we also don't exacerbate the problem of climate change. Also, you find that as a country, you can drive from Garissa to Mandera and it's empty land where nobody lives in. But acacia trees grow perfectly there. Why can't we irrigate the place, grow the acacia and use it for as energy? See, the problem is if we are cutting trees and not growing them. But you can have a plantation just to be able to provide energy. So we can look for simple solutions. Minimum resources required, but it has a maximum impact. So it's possible. I'm also challenging the students who are here. The challenge we have in Kenya is we lack visionary leaders. But listening to you people, you're visionary leaders. Because you've said what's wrong. So I'm going to work with the Standard Group. I think we should start a program where the students write petitions to Parliament. Remember, you can petition Parliament, and you're given the opportunity to come before Parliament and present your petition. And the parliamentary committee is required to act on it. I've been successful in putting a petition on behalf of many farmers on the issue of harmful pesticides, pesticides that cause cancer, brain damage to children. And we have been able to so far remove 7 of them. We have 260 left to go. But it's a journey. So, and that is just by filing a petition in Parliament. So we should start a program where these students, I've read your essays, I have them here. I would like to turn your essays into a petition to the National Assembly. So it is possible if we decide to do it. When we talk, you've talked about the issue of, I think you asked me, Caesar, that what have I done? On the issue of the right to food, there is a petition in Parliament where we are saying we must find a way of implementing the right to food. That's why you listen to many of the politicians. They're not putting feeding programs into their manifestos. But the right to food doesn't mean the right to be fed. We do not want to be dependent on charity. We want to empower your parents and your caregivers and your guardians to be able to make a living wage, which means they are able to feed you. So if somebody can make money, then they can buy food, right? Yeah, so it does not mean the right to be fed. Also, the right to food doesn't mean that you should get charity. It's not. We must make it that you can produce the food yourself. And we know that we have smallholder farmers across the country. If each of those farmers could be given the ability to grow the food, they can do it. And a good example is Malawi. Malawi under President Mutharika was a food deficient country. They could not produce enough food. What President Mutharika did at that time, is now late, gave everyone, if you had 1 acre of land, it gave you sufficient seed and fertilizer for 1 acre of land to every little person in the village and with every little smallholder farmer. Do you know what happened? They moved within 2 years from a food deficient country to a food surplus country and were exporting even to Kenya. So even here in Kenya, we must take on our leaders and tell them, can you make sure that they undertake programs like that? For example, I know many members of Parliament using their constituency development funds, which is government funds, are buying school buses for schools. I always ask them, why buy a bus when the children are wearing rags? They can't even afford school fees. They can't afford uniform. They can't even afford to eat a meal, and you're buying them a bus that is worth millions of shillings. The school, you could easily convert that money and put solar power in that school, so that the 10,000, 20,000 shillings that the school spends on paying electricity bills can be put in providing some nutritious food. And we can make, we don't have to provide a full meal for kids. We can provide certain mixtures that is potent, it's small, but can provide food. And we know, we just need to take some unga, from millet unga or maize millet and mix it with omena and turn it into a powder. If you make a small little porridge from it, you have enough nutrition to last you the entire day. Okay. And your brain will grow. So this, we can do each of those things. And lastly, when we talk about food safety, on the issue of pesticides, I've personally been involved in fighting against certain pesticides being in the country. And I said, why are we using harmful pesticides in Kenya today? It's because some people want to make money. But at independence, Kenya was the highest producer of pyrethrum in the world, not in Africa, in the world. And therefore, we were able to make safe fertilizer, safe pesticides. Today, we killed that farming program, even though 20 counties can go pyrethrum, and we are stuck as a country today. When we are being convinced to leave our bio waste, which can be used as fertilizer, and instead buy artificial fertilizer, we are destroying our climate, we are destroying our farms, because when you use artificial fertilizer, you end up using more and more each year. It's only benefiting a few rich people. Right. So yes, it is possible. Okay. I call upon the children of Kenya that let us petition Parliament and make sure that those programs are put in place. And I'm sorry, I can hear my alarm going off. Yes, I have to catch my flight to Eldoret. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all of you. And now let me go to the City of Champions.
Well, I hope to the young man, some of the issues you've raised have been addressed, and we just want to say thank you so much, Honorable Gladys Boss-Sholei, for your time and your presence right here. She is the Uasin Gishu County Woman Representative, and perhaps as we give the City of Champions, corrected. Anyway, as we give a space to exit, let's just take a look at some of the questions that were raised by children who are not able to join us here physically, but are equally engaged in the discussion around these 6 key issues. Kindly listen in and we'll be able to interact right after.
Measures are being taken to educate the community that if GEM as an element of culture is archaic as it robs our girls of their childhood, as after FGM, most of them drop out of school and therefore do not live a fulfilling life as they should have.
And one of the question to start off is, how will the next government finance children's programs? How will the next government finance children's programs? How will we ensure that the next government with their infrastructure planning will be able to actually be in line with what we are terming as the green economy, to be able to actually ensure that the environment is safe for the children of Kenya? The other question is, how will the next government, and this is a key question, how will the next government ensure that they are approachable when it comes to children giving their concerns to them? And how best will the next government be able to involve the children in strategic plans that actually involve them?
All right, so those are some of the questions that were raised by children who are still with us, perhaps joining us through the television screens as we're live on KTN News. Let's just give a chance to the panelists to respond to some of the queries that were raised before we continue with the deliberations right here. A lot was touched on finance, green economy, and approachability as well. As we do that, kindly give us your closing remarks as we continue with the program. I'll start with you, Honorable Abdul Swamad.
The kind gentleman who says he prefers to be called the future of Kenya just goes to show the importance of education, and I actually want this to be taken keenly and seriously by everyone who's listening. I myself am a product of Lenana School. I don't see anyone from Lenana here, but I'm sure there's somewhere out there listening. And you asked a question on how are we going to make sure that these children do not necessarily have to be out there looking for food because of any other thing. Well, first of all, that is illegal. It is totally illegal. And one, I've said this before, through my experiences as a member of parliament, I have been able to unfortunately crack the whip where it needs to, because we cannot have children being in any form of labor, but rather we need them to be in school. Provide the necessary incentives that are there. And I'll tell you one thing. According to statistics, about 69% of the children in Mombasa are in school. That means about 31% of them are not where they should be. But I represent a constituency where we were able to close the gap. And the recent figures that I got from the Ministry of Education is that we're close to about 98% enrollment. So I think we know what needs to be done for the rest of Mombasa. Okay. And then I think Roman asked a question about issues to do with nuclear. Maybe food for thought for those who are going to be back in Parliament. Mm-hmm. There's actually already an act in place regarding matters to do with Kenya being a nuclear state. However, in our part, what we intend to do, we've given a commitment that first of all our markets, every single market facility will be converted into solar. we're already starting and reading through feasibilities of converting streetlights into solar as well with the right partners. One of the other things that we do intend to do, it is very, very feasible. I live a constituency where every single secondary school, public secondary school, has, where needed, a water purification or a water desalination plant installed, so that we can be secure when it comes to matters of water.
All right.
And what we do intend to do next is to ensure that we have water harvesting plants and centers in all of these schools that are going to be there. Time is not on our side. I mean, we definitely want to come back and exhaust quite a number of the matters that have been able to be raised. As I congratulate each and every one of you, I will definitely be requesting the Standard Media to provide us the list of the issues that have been raised by the children, so we can be able to include them in what needs to be done next.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause. Esther Fasaris, your closing remarks and as you address the questions.
You know, as children, it's really sad when I hear that a child is hungry and expected to study. Kenya moved to a middle-income country, and our partnerships with World Food Programme stopped. So we were not able to provide free food to the students. And that was probably the only meal they got. So we have to start by empowering the family and then making sure the family can provide a meal for the child to have in school or pay the school for the meal. The right to food is about quality food. We're encouraging a lot of manufacturers to also fortify their foods with vitamins so that you can have the nutrition that you need. What I want to say as students, right? Focus on your education. Focus on speaking out when it comes to the things that you don't see right. When it comes to a government providing for its society, right? We have something called the SDG 17, right? The Sustainable Development Goals. It's about partnerships. And, you know, even with UNICEF and the government, it's partnerships. We've got many partners that come and help out in the areas where government cannot provide, right? But the primary provider of every family is normally the father and the mother of that family. There are lots and lots of single parents, right? I want to encourage and tell each and every one of you, be bold and speak. Right? All over the world, we have a crisis with teenage pregnancies. And what is happening is that the teenagers themselves who have gotten pregnant are going into the schools and telling the children, please do not engage in sexual misconduct while you're a student, get pregnant, drop out of school. The girl child was supposed to be empowered to become able to finish her education. She's now dropping out of school because either she was defiled, either she engaged in the sexual behavior before, and then she ended up with a child. So what we want is for you to enjoy your time as a student. You know, somebody once said to me, you very rarely marry your childhood sweetheart. So remember that, right? Finish with your education because the government is giving you an opportunity to study. And become someone in life that can make a difference to not just your family, but to the entire society, right? And remember, a government that is stable, no matter what problems it has, is a better government than a government that is not existing and creates total anarchy. We need a peaceful country to be able to conduct, to build prosperity for all of you. So enjoy being a child. That is the time of your life. So enjoy it. One day you'll be a parent and you'll remember, oh my goodness, I didn't enjoy my childhood. I became a parent too early. Okay.
I hope you enjoyed your childhood, yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Enjoy it. Play your games, learn your talents, and keep God in everything that you do. All right? When you go to pray, you don't say, dear Mheshimiwa, I want this and that and the other. You say, dear God, this is what I want for my country. So keep your country in prayer and enjoy being a child. All right?
Put. Round of applause, kindly. Well, thanks for that. Let's get the closing remarks from Honorable Isaac Mora.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I like your questions. So how do we ensure that children are engaged? I think UNICEF, congratulations. You create these platforms. Remember, it's been very consistent. So because if you hadn't partnered with KTN, we would not have had an opportunity to hear these great brains here. So I think that is a way forward. And of course, as it has been said here before, you can engage Parliament directly through petitions and such other fora. So there's that opportunity to engage going forward. But it's a question of really demanding your own space. We have had children conferences where you invite leaders to come and speak and to listen to you. We are willing to continue engaging in that endeavor. The other question that was asked is, surely, you know, politicians are not to promise heavens and deliver hell, you know. So some intelligent question here. How are you going to finance all of this that you're promising us? I think, yes, it's true. The demands are very many, but we can only do this by regenerating our economy. It's not through borrowing. We have borrowed over 7 trillion for the last 9 years. It's a shame. It's a big shame. And most of the time when we borrow even domestically. I had actually proposed a bill to cap domestic borrowing by government, so that you are able to have fewer people, you know, I mean, the government not getting all the money, yet people have ideas on how to, they have ideas on how to create business that will create jobs and therefore finance the same government through taxation. The issue of climate change, I think there's a challenge there. We need to incorporate this now into our curriculum. I think UNICEF, you may want to work with the Ministry of Education, but also let's see let us tell the whole story. It's not just to tell people to reduce their carbon emissions, because we are not emitting enough, I must say. So it needs to be well balanced, and of course it's a very political issue. But I think if we can have new industries, there are opportunities there in terms of biodiesels and water view, so that then you create new jobs. But yes, young man, I am very happy the way you are bold. You say nuclear is bad. I really like that, by the way. But don't buy that gospel. Nuclear is very good, because when I was a student in the UK, I would pay less than £1 a month for my electricity bill because we are using nuclear. Well, what we need to do is to make sure that it's not misused. And interestingly, one of the key directors of the Atomic Agency in Vienna.
There were multiple questions. I saw a couple of hands raised, but let's just hold on to our thoughts. Since they mentioned that they're available for engagement through signing a petition and whatnot, I want to assure you as well that they will be available for you to interact with them right after we're done with the all-important prize-giving ceremony. So hold on to your thoughts and make sure you see them right after we're done with this, so you can actually raise the questions personally. I hope that's understandable. And to the representatives, I hope you will be available for the young minds. Well, there you have it, an assurance. Thank you so much for your time, Waheshimiwa. And as we continue with the program, allow me to cross over to my colleague Ashley Mazuri, who will take us through what we're doing next. Ashley.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse, for that. And of course, for our panelists for that conversation. We've seen our young minds try to hold them accountable for their pledges and their promises. Remember, we were talking about the 6 key issues today on Face the Children debate. We are putting the children first from best start in life. Remember, in Kenya, around 26% of children under 5 years of age are chronically malnourished. And this is why the early years are a make or break window of opportunity in a child's life. All children have the right to proper nutrition, health, education, and to be safe from violence, exploitation, and abuse. And that is what exactly we are pushing for here at the Standard Group, together with our partners. The second issue was enhancing education. We've had the young minds ask, when are they getting internet in their schools? Remember, digital literacy is a key part. Majority of public primary schools are not yet connected on the internet, leading to exclusion of many children. So we hope that the next government will ensure that there is 100% connectivity, internet connectivity. Now, at this juncture, I want us to talk about the essay. Of course, when I was a kid, nilikuwa napenda zawadi sana. So allow me to invite MD Broadcast Joe Munene for that bit.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just give some details on this process, including the judging panel. The entry categories were 2, and that was in essay writing as well as video submissions. And we had 2 categories of the participants. And as you heard earlier, we had a total of 300 entries. The first category was children ages 10 to 16 years. The second category was youth ages 17 to 24 years. And these entries were drawn from youth and children from right across the entire country. The judging panel was drawn from both the Standard Group and UNICEF Kenya, and I'd like to introduce the judges. One, Andrew Brown, Chief Communication and Advocacy and Partnership Manager at UNICEF Kenya. Two was Jane Ann Kiviu, Education Specialist, UNICEF Kenya. Mr. Andrew Kipkemboi, the Partnerships and Special Projects Editor at Standard Group. Mr. Amos Kareithi, City Editor, Standard Group. Lynette Otieno, Quality Assurance Editor, Standard Group PLC. A total of 5 judges for the panel, and they have done their bit in evaluating all these entries to come up with the winners that will be announced at this session. Now, the judging process, the entries were judged for relevance, comprehension of the subject matter, advocacy, grammar, format and structure, and the presentation skills. And so, the winning entries that you will be seeing here today really deserve it. Now, you'll also note that the winners will represent the face of Kenya, having gone through entries through the entire country. And we'll also have both boys and girls emerging as winners as well as runners-up. Now, in terms of the way forward after this session, we started this morning with the panel conversation, Face the Children, where the children were able to ask questions of the political aspirants, and those interactions will continue. But it will not end here. We will be looking to pick on this agenda on our various media platforms. Just to run through some of the things we plan to do is to create digital content, or rather to have the digital content created by the kids addressing these 6 identified key issues. And this with the objective of sensitizing Kenyans on their responsibility to vote with reference to these 6 pillars that have been identified. We'll also be looking to curate digital media campaigns to address on governance, elections, as well as the children's issues, and also to engage young influencers to support on these agendas. Finally, we will be hoping to incorporate on all these issues across our media outputs, our various shows that include Club Kiboko on KTN, Daula Elimu, education talk show on KTN News, Generation X magazine in the Sunday Standard, as well as our radio education shows and on our standard digital platforms to amplify on these children's agenda and issues nationally. So at this juncture, I'd like to hand over back to Jesse and Ashley to take us into the awards ceremony. Over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir, for that. Let's now introduce our CEO, Orlando Lyomu, to present the awards. Yes.
Nani? Orlando. Ndio hiyo amepewa.
You stand up. Sorry. Okay. For every category, once you mention it, you pause so that they can run it. Yes. Sure. No. I only have these categories. So you were doing essays.
The finalists for the 17 to 24 years essay category are: second runners-up, Eugene Owino. Runners-up, Mary Fiona. And the winner of the 17 to 24 years essay category is Simon Basil.
Winnie. You're not awarding.
Okay, this is Simon Basil, winner essay category 17 to 24 years old. Please, round of applause for him.
Directions. What will make clear directions?
Ask him to face the cameras, please. Just. No, nowadays people can identify each other with their eyes.
Fiona and...
And this is for him.
I can hold the mic for you.
We have
Mary Fiona.
Mary Fiona.
What's going on?
I believe that's the first and second runners-up, and Eugene Owino.
They're not here.
They're not here.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, those are the winners for the 17 to 24 years category. All right, we now want to play the essay so everyone can see. Thank you, sir. Yeah. We're about to play the essay video for the second and first runners up.
Video Award Ceremony. The finalists for the 17 to 24 years video category are: second runners-up, Agnes Adenyo. Kerry Mwita. Winner for the 17 to 24 years video category is Samuel Kiproti.
All right, congratulations to all our winners. We're aware that Samuel Kiprotich is not here with us today, but he will get his prize. Sir, if you can invite Madam to the floor.
Okay. For the next category for the presentation, will you come?
Is he around? Are they around?
I think I'll hold this.
Are they around?
Maybe this way. Can come this way. No, you can stand.
Thank you.
Finalists for the 10 to 16 years essay category are: second runners-up, Rhoda Kemunto. Jesse Kifinji. And the winner for the 10 to 16 years essay category is Esther Ondwari.
Jesse. Yes. We have Esther. Esther?
Yes.
Sorry.
How do we tell her?
You can be part of the photo. You can be part of it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's fine. Okay. Rhoda? Let's now take a look at the video category, 10 to 16 years. Please stay there. Stay there. Yeah.
The finalists for the 10 to 16 years video category are: second runners-up, Bernice Wambui Gikandi. First runners-up, Amani Bartlett. The winner for the 10 to 16 years video category is Alvin Karu.
Amani, right here. Yeah. You can remove your mask so they can take a picture of you. Great. Yeah. Amani?
For some of us, it was admission numbers. Yeah.
Your handkerchief pinned on.
All right, Alvin Karu next, the winner of the video category. You can see it on your screens. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's now take a look at the winning video by Alvin Karu.
Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Hi everyone, my name is Alvin. I am here today to appeal to the world and nations at large to come together to form and strengthen movements to stop and end violence against children. Please stop. Enough is enough. It is estimated that over 1 billion children globally experience physical, sexual, and emotional violence annually. These forms of violence include child sexual exploitations, bullying, school corporal punishment, child labor, various forms of cyber and online violence, recruitment of children as soldiers by terrorist and extremist groups, female genital mutilation. The list is endless.
Oh, congratulations, Alvin, for that. And congratulations to all our winners. I would like to invite MD Broadcast Joe Munene to give this award to our little co-host, Zawadi.
One final photo
For all
with all the winners on set.
All right, before we continue, we can have one final photo with all the winners, please. Same to you, Maheshimiwa? Yes, definitely. Congratulations to all our winners. And of course, whether you got a prize or not, you're still a winner. So even as we take...
Some of you can go that side.
Yes.
Feel free.
Don't be afraid, it's your day.
You need to say it.
Or I just ask them. I asked one of them to open.
What's in the
Zawadi? At the front.
We have to tell.
So after this, what are we doing?
So after this, we're going to invite Lavan Cliff to give the closing.
But they open the bags right now
But first, yeah, let's
and see
check
what's
what they're
inside.
getting.
Okay.
Let's just hold. Before you go back, it would be proper to note what's inside the bags, right? Has any one of you opened it? Let's take a look.
When?
Very, quite so.
Those who were not there. Okay. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
For each category? Both
Sorry
categories?
about that.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Well, that's proper. A round of applause. At least we've seen what's inside. The winners can have their seats, even as we allow the members of parliament to equally have a seat. Thank you so much. Kindly, let's clap for them as they take their seats.
Jesse. Oh, perhaps Jesse, before we... Yes, Amani, you dropped something? Just to note that the category for 17 to 24 years, essay and video, your awards will be given to you. They will look for you and you will get your awards in case you're following on TV. Jesse?
Of course. Now, we just want to continue in earnest with the program, and I just want to invite Laban Cliff to the stage to give us the closing remarks as we bring this truly auspicious occasion to an end. So, Laban Cliff, kindly take the stage. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Jesse. Hello, everyone. Hello. On behalf of our group CEO, Mr. Orlando Lyomu, our UNICEF Kenya country representative, Madam Maniza Zaman, Ronald Mahondo, who's the CEO of Mara Moja as well, and also our transport partners, our eminent panelists, I think they're still around as well, Honorable Abdul Somad, Honorable Gladys Bosch-Cholet, Honorable Esther Pasaris, and also Honorable Isaac Maura, our essay and video competition winners and runners-up. School represented, if I mention the school, please say, oh yeah, Alliance High School. Come on, Alliance, where are you at? Good Testimony School, where are you at? Oh, okay, that's loud. There are children's assemblies. Where are you at? Okay, very well. And Armenians as well, we appreciate you, our stakeholders as well. We see Mr. Daniel Juma, who's from the Global Peace Foundation, Vince Siller from the Datavolt Systems, and also Walter Odhiambo as well from the SOS Children's Village. Thank you all for being here. I hope it's been an exciting morning as well. This is a celebration of a great partnership. Thank you to UNICEF as well. And thank you to Standard Group. I want to appreciate the teams that made this possible, working behind the scenes. I don't want to mention any names, but from UNICEF and Standard Group, can we say a loud, oh yeah, where are you guys? People behind the scenes, thank you for this occasion. We really appreciate you. Today I've been very inspired. I'm really honored to be here. I work as Chief of Staff and a news anchor as well right here at the Standard Group. I see the potential here. How many of you want to be journalists? Where are you all at? How many want to work at Standard Group? Yeah, please hang around, don't go too far. Zawadi, if you could just please come up. Zawadi, come up. And I'm going to invite somebody here. His name is Jason Yantino. Jason Yantino is a gentleman I used to watch on TV. I looked up to him, and I'm now on TV. He retired, but he's since come back to TV. So I want to say an inspiring story here. For any one of you who wants to become a journalist, if you want to become whatever you want to be, I see lots of professions represented here based off on how you ask the questions. So Jason, I want you to stand here. So am I saying, telling a story? Okay, I need to be shorter than you. Let me see. Zawadi, come here. Come next, come down. Okay. So Jason Yantino is like a guru in the profession, right? And I used to look up to him as well, and I used to watch him on television. Now I'm on TV. Zawadi, I asked you about if you want to be a news anchor. Just don't embarrass me now. Just say you want to be a news anchor as well.
Okay, I do, but also I'll still be in the performing arts.
She really wants to be in the performing arts, and it's always... Okay, go ahead. Just say what else you want to do. Yeah.
I'll be a news anchor, yes, but still want to be in the performing arts, acting, singing.
So guys, can you see that? Inspiration? So you're going to join us as well? I mean, she still works with us as well, but I just want to speak a blessing that you're going to be, of course, whatever you hope and want to achieve, isn't it? Jason, just say a word as well to encourage the young folks.
Thank you so much. It's fantastic. Standard Group, congratulations, UNICEF and Maramoja. I was actually here this morning, courtesy of my daughter, Rhoda Kemunto from Nova Pioneer. Let's give her a clap. She was one of the winners. And this is fantastic. I want to come back here and do another show with the children. Zawadi, you amaze me.
Thank you.
You are so talented. You have a bright future.
Aww,
you are already a leader. Let's give a clap for her. Thank you so much. It's been amazing to see Standard Group do great things, and let's do more of this. Thank you so much, Cliff.
Thank you very much, Karibuni Standard Group. God bless you.
Well, thank you so much. We've definitely seen the crop of future journalists, and we've seen the current journalists and those who set the pace. That's really proper. One round of applause once again. Even as we move on to our next stage, we'd just like to invite to the stage the Standard Group CEO, Mr. Orlando Lyomu, as well as the UNICEF country representative. Kindly make your way to the stage so we get to that truly auspicious occasion of giving certificates to those who participated, and each one of you is a winner. So first of all, we'll start. Okay. All right, so I have the certificates with me, and I'll just start with the first two. And I can see the winner, Simon Basil. Kindly come to stage, and you'll be awarded your certificate. There you go. A round of applause. Our next winner is Alvin Karu. Kindly come to stage. Our next winner, Esther Ondwari. Kindly come to stage. Well, that's proper. Round of applause, please. As we cross over to the first runners-up, my namesake, Jesse Kidenji, kindly come to stage. There we go. And that's well noted. Second runners-up, Rhoda Kemunto, kindly come to stage. There she goes. Karibu. Amani, kindly come to stage as we give you a first runners-up certificate. A round of applause, guys. There we go. And last but definitely not least, second runners-up, Bernice Wamboi Gikandi. Kindly come to stage. You can take your seats. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope each and every one of you has learned something new today, even as we got to participate in the award ceremony. I can see smiles, even behind the masks, right?
Okay. You can see them with the eyes.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's how we wrap things up. Thank you very much for making time to join us. I am Ashley Mazuri, our little Jacqueline of all trades. Zawadi.
Okay, come to the center. Perhaps your closing remarks. Let's get, what excited you about today's discussion, today's event? Well, what excited you?
The fact that we got to tell our problems, especially to leaders in the government, freely without holding back.
Okay, and that's really proper. The future is safe, right? Okay. Asanteni sana for your time. My name is Jesse Rogers. Once again, you're welcome to Standard Group time and time again. Asanteni sana.
My name is Zawadi Kayo, and I hope to see you next time.
All right, bye.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
This is our stadium. The fastest legs on earth are being forged on this Kenyan field. While future weightlifters are being formed by this township. These coastal waters inspire gold medal swimmers. It's the people who give African sport its meaning. Meet them. Sport Africa.
Na mimi nataka kuwaeleza hata wale viongozi wale wengine, wale ambao wanawaficha, wale ambao wanawapea pesa, wale ambao wanaishi nao, wale ambao wanawajua. We will not distinguish between.
I thought of doing something, especially in the potato farming. It's something that you learn on the go. You'll never have everything right from the word go, but you'll always keep on learning on the go.
Shida yenye yuko huku juu viazi zinakuwaga na broka mingi. Sasa broka wakati zinaingilia viazi zinakuwa bei ya chini.
What solutions can we offer when we have this kind of produce as per the challenges that the farmers go through?
Every day, we empower our members to work, to inspire, to lead. Equity. Karibu member.
When you think safety, trust and convenience when it comes to what matters to you, let's just say, think Standard Courier Services. When you're sending that all-important document across the country, waiting to receive your fresh produce for your day at the market, or that important purchase you made from across town. Get in touch with us on 0793 599 684 for your delivery. You can count on us to deliver no matter where you are, any time of the day, because it's our promise to you. Standard Courier Services. Efficient, flexible, 24/7.
Every mom, you want the best for your child. Happy birthday. You feed her mind and nurture her body. And you understand there are times you have to let her pick herself up when she falls. You make sure she knows the joy of sharing happy moments with family. And when everything comes together, you above all others will share the taste of success with her. Blue Band tastes like mama's love.
You made me so proud today. I'll never forget the day you got accepted. Remember how you just jumped in right away and gave it everything.
It was so inspiring, especially for your little brother. And now I can watch him follow his dreams. Blue Band recipes, egg fried rice.
Blue Band tastes like mama's love.
Nakukaribisha katika kipindi cha Dau la Elimu ambapo hii leo niko katika kaunti ya Homa Bay.
Na ningependa kusema kuwa wakati wa uchaguzi vijana hawapaswi kuchukua hongo kutoka kwa wanasiasa.
Na msitumie vijana vibaya.
Wanafunzi wako umewaandaa vipi wanapoenda katika uchaguzi mkuu ambao sasa hivi umechacha moto?
Wanatakikana kuwa vyombo vya amani. Sasa ni muda wa kupata tumbuizo.
We have been training the students, we have our leaders.
Mimi mnahodha wako Franco Tieno, nitakuwa natagusana na wanafunzi hapa na pale na walimu katika mdahalo murwa.
Every day, we empower our members to work, to inspire, to lead. Equity, Karibu Member.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Barabara kabisa, ni tarehe mosi mwezi wa Julai mwaka 2022. Hali gani mtazamaji? Karibu, ikiwa ni dakika 33 zimekatika baada ya saa 6 dhuhuri siku hii ya Ijumaa, ambapo kama kawaida katika sehemu hii ya jarida tunaingia katika matukio ya wiki. Lakini kwanza nataka nikupeleke Eldoret. Mimi ni Suleiman Yeri, nikirudi ninao wageni studioni, tutakuja kuzungumzia masuala mbalimbali ambayo yamejiri katika taifa hili la Kenya, ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anaongoza hafla ya mahafali ya makurutu wa jeshi katika chuo cha mafunzo cha Moi Barracks Eldoret katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Awali, rais amezindua hospitali ya kisasa ya wanajeshi ya Eldoret Regional Hospital. Mwanahabari wetu Elvis Kosgei anahudhuria hafla hiyo, lakini kwanza tuangalie kile ambacho kinaendelea pale. Tusikilize ni kipi, manake rais anatarajiwa kukagua gwaride lile, ndio sasa hivi anaweza kulikagua lile jeshi ambalo limeweka pale paredi ile, ili aweze kufahamu yapi ambao wamefunzwa pale kwa takriban miezi 6 ya kijeshi.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anayemsindikisha Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi, pamoja na kamanda wa chuo hiki Brigedia Paul Njero.
Naam, huyo ni Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambapo anaendelea kulikagua gwaride lile la makurutu takriban 1000 ambao wamefuzu pale katika chuo cha mafunzo ya kijeshi cha Moi RTS ambapo ipo katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Sasa hivi akienda kuangalia lile gwaride na atazunguka pale kwa takriban muda kidogo, lakini tutarudi baadaye kule kuweza kusikia hotuba na yapi ambayo wanafunzi wamewaandaa kwa hafla hii muhimu. Nizungumze na wageni wangu tu kwa dakika chache kabla ya muda kukamilika. Nataka tuingizie masuala ambayo ya moja kwa moja ambayo yapo sasa hivi yanazungumzwa katika taifa hili la Kenya. Studioni ni naye Daktari Hassan Harun. Unaweza kujitambulisha kwa dakika chache tu?
Mimi naitwa Daktari Harun Isaac Hassan. Nagombea mgombea kiti wa bunge huko Mandera West na kwa tikiti ya independence. Mimi sina party yoyote.
Asante.
Naam, asante sana Suleiman. Majina yangu ni Thomas Mwakwida na mimi ni mgombea kiti cha ugavana kwa kupitia tikiti ya ODM kule kaunti ya Taita Taveta.
Asante.
Asante kwa nafasi. Mimi ni Dan Kanivundi, mgombeaji kiti cha County Assembly katika Mountain View Ward.
Bila kupoteza wakati tuingililie moja kwa moja swala la jana. Tumeona Kenya Kwanza imeweza kuzindua manifesto yake. Kwa nyinyi mnaiangaliaje hii manifesto? Je, itaweza kumsaidia mwananchi wa kawaida? Je, yale mambo ambayo yamependekezwa pale yanaweza kufanikiwa? Nikianza na Duncan.
Kwangu mimi naona kama ni kuandaa Wakenya, kwa sababu Wakenya wanajaribu kufuata history. Naibu wa rais amekuwa katika naibu miaka 9 na yale ambayo yalisema karibu yote hakuna kitu ambayo ilifanyika. Tukikumbuka mambo ya kilimo anaongelea, mnaangalia Korano pale, pesa mingi ziliwekwa pale, hakuna mazao ilitoka pale na Wakenya hawakusaidika. Kwangu mimi naona angetueleza jinsi angepata hiyo pesa, labda kuliko kutueleza jinsi atakapopeana pesa. Kwangu mimi naona bado anatudanganya.
Naam, asante sana Suleiman. Mimi nitasema hivi, ukiangalia vile matangazo yalifanywa jana kwa Kenya Kwanza kutoa ile manifesto yao, walikuwa wanaongea numbers kubwa sana, mabilioni, kila kitu ilikuwa ni mabilioni. Na mwananchi wa kawaida mambo kama haelewi. Yeye anaelewa ni kitu gani ambacho kitamfikia mfukoni kwake. Kwa hivyo hayo mambo yaliongelewa jana manifesto ni mambo makubwa, pesa nyingi, na ukiangalia uchumi wetu sijui kama itaweza, na hawakutueleza sawa hizo pesa zitatoka wapi. Mwananchi wa kawaida nafaa aelezwe kwa njia ambaye anaweza ielewa, kama vile sisi katika mrengo wetu wa ODM. Kinara wetu aliongea kwamba kasema mwananchi wa kawaida atampatia 6,000. Sasa ukiambia mtu hivyo anaelewa vizuri sana, lakini ukimtajia mabilioni sana bila kumweleza zitamfikia vipi, itakuwa ngumu. Ya pili, waliongea jana wataongeza zile mortgages kutoka 30,000 ambazo ziko sahihi mpaka kufikia kiwango cha 1,000,000 watu ambao wamepata mikopo ya kununua nyumba. Wangetueleza utachukua muda gani na hizo pesa zitatoka wapi, na hawajatueleza changamoto ambayo iko sahihi. Kwa nini Wakenya wengi hawana mortgages, yani nyumba zao za kibinafsi kupitia mashirika ya benki. Mimi nimefanya kwa benki karibu miaka 30. Ninaelewa changamoto ambazo ziko pale na jinsi serikali ama kushirikiana na mabenki tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wengi wamepata mikopo ya kununua nyumba kupitia hii mashirika. Kwa hivyo hii inataka technocrats, watu kama sisi ambao tunaelewa, ndio tuwafafanulie zaidi, badala ya kuahidi watu vitu ambavyo saa zingine inaonekana labda ni mawazo makubwa sana, lakini kuyafikia kidogo yatakuwa na changamoto.
Daktari Hassan.
Asante sana. Kwanza kabisa, manifesto ni kitu ambaye mtu anaandika kwa karatasi na watu ambaye wataalamu ndio wanaandikanga. Lakini umuhimu wa manifesto ni vile ambayo unaweza kutekeleza hiyo manifesto. Ya kwanza. Ya pili ni nini ambayo unataka kutekeleza ambayo mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza ikamfaidi. Kwa mfano, ukiweka manifesto yako iwe inaangalia urban centers peke yake na uachane na rural centers, na unajua kwamba population yetu mingi iko huko chini, ni nini ambayo unataka kuwaambia hawa ambayo itabadilisha maisha yao? Kwa mfano, huko kwetu Mandera West, Takaba, tangu nimezaliwa maji zinatoka Ethiopia zinapita huko, lakini kila mwezi tatu, baada ya mwezi tatu maji inafanywa ile kitu inaitwa water tracking, ambayo inatumika pesa mingi inatumika huko, hasara kila mwaka, na tunaweza kutengeneza jinsi ambayo tuna harvest hiyo maji ndio tumalize hiyo maneno mara moja. Ya pili, sisi ni pastoralists. Unajua jangwa ilipiga Kenya mwaka huu na mwaka iliyopita. Sisi watu ambao wako na livestock zote zimekufa, zimeisha kabisa. Watu wamerudi kwa IDPs. Lakini Deputy President anasema kila mwaka tuko na wanyama tunachinja tutengeneze leather factory. Haambii sisi vile tutasustain hizo animals. For example, other countries ambayo mimi nimefanya kazi, watu wanafanya zero grazing ya camels. Hii mambo ya kuachilia camel itafute pasture ambayo siku hizi hakuna ajili ya climate change haiko sasa, lakini watu wanaleta maarifa ambayo inaweza kubadilisha maisha ya watu ndio pia waendelee na livelihood yao. So mimi naona hii ni karatasi tu. Kuna kitu moja ambaye nataka kukuambia kwamba ukiangalia manifesto ya 2013 ambayo Deputy President alikuwa huko, 2017 Deputy President alikuwa huko, na sahi 2022 anatafuta kukuwa president. Lakini ukiangalia hiyo manifesto yote ni sawa tu, hakuna kitu tofauti. Lakini vile ambayo hiyo manifesto badilishwa, alafu tuambie kwamba manifesto fulani inaangalia watu wa chini, manifesto fulani inaangalia watu wako katika middle level economy, na manifesto fulani inaangalia wale watu wako the top cream. So ukituambia kitu kama hiyo, wananchi wanaweza kuelewa. Lakini kutuandikia makaratasi alafu tuambie sisi manifesto ndio hivyo, sidhani kama hiyo itakuja kubadilisha maisha ya Wakenya.
Swala la Roots Party, tumeona pia Wajakoya George ametoa profesa manifesto yake. Unaweza kuizungumziaje manifesto yake? Inawezekana tuwe taifa ambalo akisema Nyeri peke yake ikipanda bangi inaweza tulisha na kila mmoja akawa na shilingi 1600 kwa mfuko?
Kwa hakika na ukweli, mimi nikiangalia hilo swala na utafiti yangu kidogo, naona Wajakoya ako na point. Ichapokuwa naweza sema amekucha akiwa amechelewa kidogo, na hakika mnajua ya kwamba taifa letu hatucharidhisha ufutaji wa banki ama kupanda mbegu ya banki ama matumizi kwa jumla. Lakini ili swala ni swala ambao serikali inafaa iangalie kwa makini sana. Wanafaa walete hii mtu anaitwa Wajakoya on board, awaeleze na awasaidie, kwa sababu ni msomi. Sisi wote tunajua Wajakoya ni msomi. Kama banki inaweza ikaleta mapato kwetu, basi inaweza ruhusiwa ipandwe. Na kama tunaogopa vijana wetu watafuta, tuko na wanajeshi wetu hapa, tuko na askari wetu ambao wanafanya kazi nzuri, wanaweza wakaichunga, ipandwe, ipelekwe pale, itupandishie pesa. Kwa sababu gani nasema hivyo? Kama banki inaweza tengeneza dawa ya kansa vile anasema, kama dawa inaweza tengeneza nguo, kama kuna materials inatengeneza, mbona tusimusikise huyu? Na Kenya kuli hatuna rasilimali mingi. Sasa yeye ukilinganisha manifesto ya Wajakoya na Dr. Ruto, naona kama ya Wajakoya iko na nguvu zaidi. Ya mwisho dakika moja. Uwezi, unajua sipingi Ruto, lakini yala anaongea ayambatani na yala anafanya. So for example, anasema bottom up. Hii bottom up anaeleza watu, hakuna hata mtu mmoja wa bodaboda mama mboga alichukua mali akanominate katika chama cha DPA cha kuwa governor, MP ama mgombea kiti katika ukansela pale. Wale watu walienda pale ni watu tunajua wako mahali. Kama sasa yule naibu wake ni mtu tunajua wa bilioni kadhaa katika koti. Sira alisema sitafunguliwa ili achenge nyumba mahali watu watakuwa wanakuja.
Naona muda hakuna. Na kwa dakika chache tu, swala la Roots Party, je, litaweza, unaona linaenda kubadilisha mkondo wa Kenya watakapopiga kura?
Naam, kama mimi mwaniaji wa ugavana kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta, hilo mswada uliotolewa na Roots Party sitauongelea sana, miadarati na vitu kama hiyo. Kwangu, msimamo wangu mimi siungi mkono sana mambo ya utumiaji wa bangi na vitu kama hivyo. Lakini nikiongea sasa kwa niaba yangu, kwa chama changu cha ODM pale Taita Taveta, pale shida yetu kubwa sana ukiangalia mambo ya uchumi pale umetatiza watu sana, na tumebarikiwa kuwa na mambo mengi sana, lakini ni vile tu viongozi pale hawajachukua muda wao na ujuzi wao wa kuhakikisha uchumi wetu umerekebishwa, umeenda vizuri. Kwa mfano, nitakupatia mfano kama miwili mitatu. Tuna kama ranches 28. Hizi ranchi 28 kila moja ina hekari, zingine hata zinafika hekari 50,000, lakini ukienda pale unakuta ni ng'ombe 200-300. Na ukijiuliza, Taita Taveta tuna ranch 28 lakini hatuna soko hata moja la mifugo. Ukienda kuanzia Taveta, Mwatate, Voi, Undani, hakuna hata soko moja utakuta la mifugo. Sasa jiulize, tuna ranch 28 lakini hatuna soko hata moja. Na tukiweka hilo soko utakuta tayari tunaweza kuwa na Kenya Meat Commission pale. Lakini niruhusu tu
kabla zamia hiyo, kwa maana sina muda, nimebaki na dakika 2 peke yake. Nataka ujibu kwa sekunde chache tu kabla niende kwa Daktari Hassani. Kuna swala la kwamba kama nyinyi eneo la Taita Taveta mko wengi, watu wa ODM, kuna Wiper, kuna NAK pale na nyote mko Azimio. Unaonaje ile pendekezo kutoka kwa council yenu kwamba wengine wajiondoe, abaki mmoja ambaye ndio ana nguvu zaidi?
Mimi nitasema hivi, pale Taita Taveta chama ambacho kina umaarufu sana ni ODM. Ile ni ODM zone. Kwa hivyo kwa ile heshima, kama hilo jambo lingetokea, basi wangetuachia sisi watu ODM tuchukue kile kiti cha ugavana pale kaunti yetu ya Taita Taveta.
Asante. Daktari
asante. Wacha niingie mambo ya
roots.
Yes. Hiyo ndio ningependa kusema, wananchi wajue kwamba madawa, mahadarati sio kitu ambaye tungependa Wakenya waanze kuongea juu yake atuwaseme italeta pesa. Utakuta watu hawatakuwa na bongo mzuri na mali itakuwa huko haitasaidia mtu yoyote. So mahadarati si ambayo option ya kuimprove maisha yetu ya Wakenya. So sidhani kama hiyo itachukua muda, sitaki kuchukua muda mingi kuongea kuhusu hiyo. Kwetu sisi hatutaki kuongea juu ya mahadarati. Sasa hivi vijana wameingia mambo ya mahadarati na kila siku tunatafuta jinsi kutoa huko ndio wawe watu muhimu kwa maisha ya wananchi, na hatutaki hao wapotee kwa vitu za mahadarati. Ile nyingine ningependa kusema kitu moja, hii mambo ya zoning ambayo ulimention, wako wengi. Sidhani kama umuhimu wa kwanza leadership ni mtu ambaye anaweza akafanya ahudumie wananchi vile inatakikana. Hii mambo ya kusema kwamba party fulani, mtu fulani awekwe kando ama mtu fulani, ningependa wananchi wajue kwamba wakitaka kuchagua kiongozi waangalie vile ambayo kiongozi anaweza akabadilisha maisha yao, na haswa si lazima wafuate mambo ya chama. So ningependa hiyo pia.
Asanteni sana. Muda wangu ni mfupi sana kwa sababu ya mambo ambayo hakuweza kuepukika, lakini tutapanga siku nyingine tuje tuzungumzie masuala mengine ya siasa ambayo atakuwa anajiri kwa wiki hiyo. Kwa leo niombeeni radhi tu, niombe radhi kwa sababu ya muda mchache ambao nimewapatia. Kufikia hapo sina la ziada. Nataka nitamatishe jarida kwa Ijumaa hii ya leo. Niseme kwaheri, ubaki na wengi wa heri.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Tamaduni za jamii ya Gikuyu zilisheheni Gilgil kwenye ardhi ya hospitali ya St. Joseph Rift Valley kando mwa ziwa Elementaita. Wazee wa jamii ya Gikuyu na magwanda yao ya kitamaduni wakifika kushuhudia kuzaliwa kwa mtoto katika jamii yao. Ila si mtoto wa kawaida, ni mtu mzima. Daktari wa kimisheni William Frieda almaarufu Bill mwenye umri wa miaka 71 na aliamua kuasi mila yao ya Kichekoslovakia Marekani na kujiunga na Ukikuyu. Kama ilivyo tamaduni ya wazee wa Gikuyu, kondoo walichinjwa kitamaduni. Leo hii kondoo 7 wakigeuzwa kitoweo. Mmoja wao asiyekuwa na alama wala upungufu wowote akichinjwa kwa umakini zaidi na wazee. Muda mfupi baadaye shughuli kuu ikaanza. Bill alipotambulishwa kwa familia yake mpya ya Kikikuyu na matambiko ya kuzaliwa kwa mwana yakafanywa.
Tukirikia twauga ukoro wi mutongoria witu.
Nataka unisae
niwe mmoja wa watoto yako.
niwe mmoja wako.
Hapa akipewa baba na mama wa Kikuyu ya familia ya mzee Waweru Wang'ang'a, ikishuhudiwa hata kukatwa kwa kitovu kitamaduni. Bill Frida akazaliwa upya na kubatizwa jina la Kiarie Macharia wa ukoo wa Anjiru, moja kati ya koo 9 za jamii ya Agikuyu na familia ya Takinya.
Na Kiarie kwa upana, huyu mtu amekuwa ameendelea sana. Yani Kiarie ni upana.
Sisi sote ni wanadamu. And leo tunaadhimisha kitu muhimu zaidi ya ukabila wa rangi au namna hiyo. Leo tuna sherehe, tunaona furaha na the values ya wanadamu.
Sasa yeye ni kijana wetu mdogo sasa, ambapo sasa though he is ni mzee na ni elder kwetu, sasa ako induction stage ile ya mwanzo.
Alikuja katika chama chetu cha wazee cha Gilgil na akaomba kama anaweza kukubaliwa azaliwe kama Mkikuyu. Nasi tukiwa wazee tulikaa na tukaona na tukajadiliana na tukaona inafaa.
Blue Band recipe. Matoke.
Blue Band tastes like mama's love.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. Million members empowered to learn, to create, to grow, to harvest, to lead, to dream.
Equity. Karibu member.
At Moi Barracks in the county of Uasin Gishu. Let's cross over there live and see what's happening. That is a military pass-out parade that is currently happening in the county of Uasin Gishu. We'll be following up on that story. Our reporter Elphys Kosgei is on that. Now moving on, Nairobi Governor candidate hopeful Johnson Sakaja says he is being targeted because he is the stumbling block to a win by Azimio candidate in Nairobi. Now Sakaja, who admits he never completed his studies at the University of Nairobi, says for Igathe to win he has to be out of the race. He also says he will go back to school. Now, here is part of that interview he had with our sister station Spice FM this morning, a day after the Commission for University Education revoked his purported qualification with finality.
We're still in court on that matter. The truth will come out. And this, these guys, I understand how they operate, and that's why I'm very calm. I understand. Remember, for the last 8-9 years, even more, I've been at the center of the political strategy for that side. So I know who says what, who then uses what approach, who asks for another drink, and then who comes late, who will sit for 2 minutes, who is pushing what agenda where. I understand completely. Today is Friday. I'm sure after this, they'll say, okay, now since you've dented this credibility by that letter, let's organize an arrest this afternoon. I understand it. It's part of the game.
Why are you being targeted?
Because Nairobi is important. And they realize that their candidate, who is actually a project, who is being pushed, who didn't want to.
Johnson, even you are a project.
No, I'm the people's project. I'm my own. I'm not relying on any state. I'm not being pushed. I'm not being paid for billboards.
It's the terminology.
Okay, their candidate. Let me just say their candidate.
Yes.
The only way that they can win is by me not being on the ballot. And that's the intention. Okay. For whatever nefarious plans they might have, or even good plans that they think I will not accomplish. And I tell them, let the people decide. Nairobians are not, an immature populace. They're very mature. They can make their decision. They know their leaders. They have seen, in fact, even they've tried to suppress polls that are coming out. And then we have information that, yes, this was the result, but we was to bump up this person, punguza yako. Ultimately, I think I'll have the opportunity to really, let the facts behind everything come out. Their letters, for instance, yesterday before they wrote that letter, they say that, they've reached out to me, I've refused to go. They refused to acknowledge that my lawyers, we wrote and said, look, we're very ready to come, but we're in court with you. There's a hearing on Friday, I'll come on Monday. They have that letter. They said, we went to Uganda. They sent bloggers to Uganda, you've seen them. They sent bloggers. They say, we sent our team to investigate and we found no evidence. They forget to say that they got a letter from the council in Uganda yesterday, the day before yesterday, saying that, yes, you've asked us to investigate, we're investigating, but as it is, this is what we did. And as it stands, these credentials are valid. They go on to say, because I know you'll ask me, they say that, in 2017 you said you had a degree in actual science from the University of Nairobi, and you signed that. First of all, that was not a requirement in the 2017 election. By 2016, I'd already gotten this one. I was going for Senate. I wrote it as, first of all, even the documents they're saying are not signed by me. So they're making so many, and I understand they're making so many mistakes. Yes, I studied actual science at the University of Nairobi.
For how many years?
For 4 years. There's a document they keep spreading around of students to be discontinued. And it shows you the reason there was, fees and whatnot. And of course, it was a difficult process. There are few units I didn't complete. But the ceremony of graduation is not what confers the knowledge to you, So, and by the time I was now, able to go back, I was too embarrassed and shy to go back to class. And that's something I'll complete. I'll finish it. 2, 3, 4 units. But there's no law that says you must bring a degree from the University of Nairobi.
On Human Rights has released a damning report showing how public officials are using public resources from the Women Empowerment Fund and the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, for campaign activities. Now, the report also notes that some of them are using government-registered vehicles for their campaign activities. The rights body KNCHR has documented 47 such cases, which it intends to disclose in a detailed report to be released in July. Additionally, the Commission has observed 149 cases of voter bribery spread over 8 counties, as Judah Ben-Har reports.
Taxpayers' money is facilitating politicians' way to public office, says Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights Chairperson Roseline Odede. The Commission's investigation has found over 47 cases of misuse of public resources, contravening the Election Offences Act that prohibits a candidate or any other person from using public resources for the purpose of campaigning during an election or a referendum.
The Commission continues to document use of public resources by aspirants and candidates during campaigns, this giving them an undue advantage over others. The Commission further notes with concern the use of government-registered vehicles and public-funded programs such as the Women Empowerment Fund and the Constituency Development Fund in campaigns, contrary to the Election Offences Act.
While monitoring the political process, the Commission has found that a significant number of Kenyans from 10 counties, among them Lamu, Garissa, Marsabit, Baringo, Mandera and Nakuru, are unlikely to cast their vote in the coming election as a result of violence in different regions across the country, prompting their migration to different areas.
The Commission notes with concern that there is an ongoing displacement and involuntary movement of persons out of the affected areas, with the potential of affecting the voting patterns and the ability of the citizenry to cast their votes. The Commission further notes that as the political activities heighten, there is a corresponding spike in criminal activities.
The Commission has also criticized politicians and political parties for meting out attacks on constitutional commissions and independent offices after some candidates failed to be cleared to run for office. KNCHR has condemned the involvement of school children in campaign activities, arguing that it exposes them to potential danger and diverts their attention from schoolwork.
The Commission has documented 101 cases of use of children in political activities and disruption of learning activities, with the highest prevalence recorded in Nairobi, Kiambu, Kilifi, Mombasa, and Nyamira.
Odede has also called on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, to enhance public trust through open and transparent communication for voters to meaningfully engage in the electoral process. Judah Benha, KTN News.
Now, the Media Council of Kenya, in partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, has launched a fact-checking network aimed at enhancing responsible reporting and combat the spread of fake news and false narratives during the electioneering program. The program, launched by Esther Koimet, the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Principal Secretary, dubbed Deepening Project, is aimed at countering misinformation, disinformation and hate speech, which have been flagged as some of them are some of the flagship challenges of the modern era.
We believe that during this election time, it is not just the time when people are trying to make decisions about the policies that they want, about the things that would matter to them, about the kind of leaders they would want to elect, but we also know that they need accurate information to make all those decisions.
Media houses in Kenya do not have adequate capacity to conduct constant verification of the numerous rumor and claims made in the information landscape. I'm pleased to note that the AI-powered fact-checking tool, iVerify, seeks to provide avenues for enhanced cooperation around verification of information aimed at encouraging collaboration of actors to debunk false information more rapidly as the country prepares for the forthcoming general election. It is my hope that their success in the use of the platform previously, as it was piloted in Zambia during the 2021 general elections and subsequently used in Honduras, will be replicated here in Kenya, and that journalists and media outlets in Kenya will immediately benefit from it.
25% of Kenyans had little or no trust in the media, and the reason they gave was due to fake news and a little propaganda. However, the media and religious leaders still retain the top position as most trusted institutions. So it is then important that we ensure that we give the media the tools necessary to provide facts always.
That story on fact-checking takes us on a short commercial break. We'll be back with more.
Final question. Which option provides anti-germ protection for your teeth for 12 hours? A helmet. B, a bodyguard. C, Colgate Total.
12 hours?
You can call a friend.
I'd like to call my dentist. Germs are the cause of many dental problems. Colgate Total with zinc and arginine attaches to the teeth like a magnet. Provides 12-hour anti-germ protection. So it is the obvious choice. The answer is Colgate Total.
Colgate Total, 12-hour anti-germ protection.
Kenya was preceded by another movement, which was the December 12 movement.
And then we had a lot of literature, actually, the communist, the socialist, whatever you call it, literature, which was, by the way, banned by that time. But we still managed to have them, you know.
And you operate in the underground. You are very careful when you operate to go and distribute those papers. And you are also doing it to your supervisor. I tell you, by the following morning, the country would be afraid.
In fact, zilikuwa zinakujua hapa. Kuna mtu ambaye naye hawezi kuja hapa, lazima umpeleke.
You know, there were two publications. There was Patanishi, which was for the education of our cadres. That was an internal publication for ourselves. And then there was Pabana for the general public.
To pinpoint directly who or where is a difficult thing. One thing you must understand, it was an underground movement. And underground meant you knew only yourself, the other person knew their self.
Criminal or anybody among us who is making our people have sleepless nights, that person does not belong here. Take full control. Correct? Na pia tumeomba hawa wananchi, anybody with information, let them volunteer.
KTN News Desk. Now, Kenya Kwanza Alliance member Amani National Congress Party has warned the Azimio coalition that they will lose out as it intends to scoop more seats, especially in parliament. The party that has fielded several candidates across the county, among them Westlands constituencies, say they are ready to battle it out. Meanwhile, the party has castigated the move to revoke Kenya Kwanza gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja's degree, saying the move is ill-advised. We'll bring that story a bit later. Now, tuberculosis is the leading cause of death from infectious disease worldwide after COVID-19. It is an infectious disease that mainly affects the lungs. That bacteria that causes tuberculosis is spread from person to person through tiny droplets released into the air via coughs and sneezes. Now, Siaya County is one of the areas that is recording high TB cases, as Beldin Waliaola tells us more.
At Gotagula Sub-District Hospital, we met Dominic Okelo, 45 years of age, who is recovering from tuberculosis and was here for a routine checkup.
Kitu lilianza mwezi wa nane last year. So nilijaribu kununua madawa, kwenda hospitali, sikupata suluhisho. Sasa kufika this year mwezi wa 3, nilikuja hospitali Gotagulu. Nikapata rafiki yangu anaitwa Mary. So Mary aliniambia kuna watu wanakuja kutoka Nairobi, wanakuja kufanya screening Usenge. So wakati nilienda Usenge, nikapatikana nayo, sasa nikakuja nikaanza matibabu.
The disease affects both the young and elderly. Josephine's grandson has been suffering from an unknown disease for quite some time.
Njeka sana for almost 2 years. Hatukuwa najua ni nini inamfanya. Sasa nikimpeleka hosi, tulikuwa natibu malaria, mwili moto, hatukuwa najua.
She was later glad that a proper diagnosis was made and her grandson is now recuperating.
Kwa sababu TB ndio iliua mzee wangu, kwa sababu hatukuwa najua ni TB. Sasa vile niliambiwa mtoto ako na TB, nilifikiria huyo pia ningejua angepona. Sasa vile mtoto anaendelea siku hizi, naona mabadiliko kubwa sana.
Tuberculosis symptoms include coughing for more than 3 weeks, coughing mucus or blood, chest pains, unintentional weight loss, fever and fatigue. Tuberculosis can also affect other parts of the body, including kidneys, spine or brain.
Siaya is one of the high burden for TB and of course HIV. Every year we register between 2,500 to 2,900 TB cases. Like 2021, that is last year, we registered 2,906 TB cases. So this classifies us as high TB burden.
Gotagula Hospital also records a high turnout of those seeking TB treatment due to its proximity to Lake Victoria, which is highly populous with fishermen. Training of healthcare providers has also come in handy in equipping the medics with proper knowledge of handling tuberculosis.
When we have contacts, we trace them to the totality, to the best of our ability. Some of the activities that we do that we could consider best practices is incorporating TB activities in our outreaches.
Have drug-sensitive TB and we also have drug-resistant TB. So in the programmatic management of drug-resistant TB, we support clinical reviews for our patients who have developed drug resistance to the first-line TB medication. So in the clinical reviews, we discuss management and also offer counseling to the patients so that at least they complete the treatment and have better outcomes.
One is advised to seek medical attention when they think they are exposed to TB, have unexplained weight loss, and have night sweats. Being consistent and adhering to TB treatment is also key. Belden Waliaula, KTN News.
To a sad story now, and 5 victims of deadly Embu brew last week were yesterday laid to rest in a mass burial in Embu County. Now, during the ceremony, residents urged relevant government agencies to move with speed and end illicit brew, which they said had claimed many lives in the county. Clement Masombo has that story.
Burial mass for the 5 people who died last week in Embu after allegedly consuming illicit brew was held today in Karuku village in Mbeere South Sub-County. The 5 died after taking the deadly liquor produced by a local businessman in Embu County. During the burial ceremony, locals made a passionate appeal to various agencies to up their game and end illicit liquor in the area.
Ile tunaomba serikali, wale watu wanao kibali cha kuidhinisha hii pombe haramu na wale watu wanao kibali cha kuangalia pombe inayouzwa katika hii area wako, lakini tukiangalia wamekuwa na ulegefu sana, kwa sababu kama wangekuwa wameshika laini makini kabisa, sasa tungekuwa tunaomboleza kifo cha watu wetu.
Kabla mfanye maneno ingine, mfikirie vijana kwa njia kubwa, otherwise hatutakuwa na future generation in this country sababu ya laxity. Na ndio unaona watu kama Wajakoya wanapata umaarufu na dakika chache sana. Why? Sababu ya hopelessness yenye iko hapa.
Last week, Embu County Commissioner Edison Nyale refuted claims that the 5 died after consuming illicit brew. According to Nyale, the 5 could have died after feasting on crocodile meat, which they had ordered in a local restaurant a few moments before embarking on a drinking spree.
Na pengine ni ile nyama ambao wamekula, because unapoonja unakula nyama ya mamba, huwezi jua unakula blada ama unakula nyama yenyewe.
Following the tragedy, police arrested 2 suspects linked to the manufacturing of illicit brew.
Somebody somewhere is not doing their job. I think it is a tragedy, and this is the price you pay.
Mimi ningeomba serikali iingilie kati kupitia utafiti wao kwa mabaa zote, sio tu ati kwa Karuku, juu hakuna pahali kunafaa kupotea mwananchi.
Clement Masombo, KTN News.
Now, the impact that almost saw private hospitals withhold services from members of the National Health Insurance Fund early this year seems to be over, following an agreement between the health service providers and the national insurer on proposed fees in their new contract. NHIF says the strategic standardization of hospitals' contracts will be key in ensuring quality of care, efficiency and productivity, which is critical in the attainment of universal health coverage in the country. Gloria Milimu reports.
The new contract for the year 2022-2024, according to NHIF, accommodates concerns of Kenyans through standardization of reimbursement rates across all NHIF-credited facilities. The contracts are either comprehensive, where members will walk in and out without paying for services, or non-comprehensive, where they will be required to top up for services.
We have also expanded the scope that covers the medical outpatient cover has been enhanced to cover 7 categories of essential basic lab tests and payment model risk adjustment for the 5 most common non-communicable diseases. In terms of medical inpatient, the reimbursement amount has been enhanced by an average of 12% and standardized across all providers. In terms of oncology benefits, this has been expanded to include bone scans and radionuclide therapy, access to PET scans, and access increased to 3 providers. You recall that initially, PET scan was only available at the Aga Khan Hospital. Now, the service has been availed in GOK facility, that is the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. And also, there is a faith-based facility in Kitui.
What we have sat here negotiating for that time on comprehensive is to have pricing on surgical packages, on oncology packages, on other medical packages, so that every Kenyan can enjoy that service on the comprehensive contracts.
Initially, private hospitals were opposed to the new fees, decrying the amount NHIF was willing to pay for services rendered, saying it was not feasible. NHIF says members will access these services in more than 7,600 health facilities spread across the country, of which 80% are comprehensively contracted. Gloria Milimu, KTN News.
Let's cross over now to Eldoret County, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to preside over a military parade that's currently happening there. Let's listen in. That's a story, of course, we are still keeping tabs on. Well, that's all we had for you here on KTN News Desk. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your viewing.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
Shopping with modern hives is relatively new, having been introduced by the colonial government in the 1950s and further promoted by government and other development organizations after independence as an alternative source of livelihood to resource-poor families. Pauline Otila Kamwara, a modern beekeeper, says that farmers in both rural and peri-urban areas are steadily embracing the venture as new technologies emerge.
We are adapting modern beekeeping practices using modern equipment. What do I mean by modern equipment? We are currently using the Langstroth beehive. The Langstroth beehive is the latest beehive technology that many farmers are adapting into beekeeping. Instead of using the Kenya top beehive, instead of using the basket hive, instead of using the log hive, we are adapting the Langstroth beehive, which are the 2 chambers. And that is more modern because it's more easy to use. And also when I talk about modern, when it comes to processing honey, we do not use the crude traditional method that they were using to cut, mash, and which...
There were so many people who used to practice yoga, and I think that was the reason why they had a very healthy and long life.
It has helped me in my mind, my body, and my soul.
It's very striking that the Indian heritage, the Indian culture, the Indian values, what we had thousands of years ago, they are alive even today.
We were doing yoga to avoid all illness.
So this week we are giving you a more detailed and analytical report on how yoga is very essential and important in terms of health and well-being of people.
Of course, we're going to be focusing on the mental and physical well-being. And kama kawaida, nimelan kuna 8 steps. Nimeshika asana and pranayama.
Every day, we empower our members to work, to inspire, to lead. Equity, Karibu Member. Watching KTN News.
Kenya was preceded by another movement, which was the Disabatorov movement.
And then we had a lot of literature, actually, the communist, the socialist, whatever you call it, literature, which was, by the way, banned by that time, but we still managed to have them, you know.
And you operate in the underground. You are very careful when you operate to go and distribute those papers. And you are also doing it to your supervising it. I tell you, by the following morning, the country would be afraid.
Zilikuwa zinakujua hapa. Kuna mtu ambaye naye hawezi kuja hapa, lazima umpeleke.
You know, there were 2 publications. There was Patanishi, which was for the education of our cadres. That was an internal publication for ourselves. And then there was Pabana for the general public.
To pinpoint directly who or where is a difficult thing. One thing you must understand, it was an underground movement. And underground meant you knew only yourself, the other person knew their self.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
It is a good afternoon and I hope you are well. It is now time for Inside the Sports. So plenty has been happening actually in the world of sports. I know at this particular hour it's all about transfers and more transfers because different teams are trying as much as possible to get the best players to play for them come next campaign. Just Tottenham actually has confirmed that Richarlison will be playing for them this time out. We will be dissecting much more later in what exactly is happening in the world of transfers. But let's talk about the World Under-20 trials because a star-studded field actually today graced the national Under-20 trials at the Nyayo National Stadium, and with that, Athletics Kenya is set to pick a team that will do duty for the country at the World Championship, which will take place between 2nd to 7th in Colombia. Athletics Kenya say that they will try as much as possible to have a team that again will go all out there and be able to be the world champions. Rotunu Kwenyeke, it has been an epic morning. What exactly have the young lads been able to do so far?
It is at the 2022 World Athletics Under-20 Championship trials that we get to see a lot of action from athletes who have turned up not only to impress but also to book a slot ready for the World Athletics Championships that are going to be held in Colombia. That is from 2nd to 7th August. And we may just speak briefly about the event that was held at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, right here in Nairobi. Kenya managed to do quite well and ending up becoming, the world champions, topping that particular medal standings with a number of medals. Remember, Kenya had 8 gold, we had 1 silver and 7 bronze medals at the top of the standings. Is that going to be the case this time round? We wait and see. But at the moment, efforts are being put in place to ensure that Kenya delivers a very, very strong team to make sure that, the delivery is as impressive as the last time. And this particular event is a 2-day affair currently ongoing at the Nyayo National Stadium right here in Nairobi. And the athletes that have turned up for the events have coming from different parts of the country, having participated in the championships, the events, the tryouts, eventually leading to this particular trials that are going to see a number of countries, not only from Africa, but, foreign countries as well. So a lot of competition, high competition to be specific, is expected in the upcoming event. Last year, Kenya had the home advantage, but we don't know if that is going to be the case this time round. Now, to one of the highlights of the women's final, where we were able there emerged top in 15 minutes 14.26 seconds. And speaking to this particular lady, she is hopeful that she's going to do even much better ahead. In second place was Jane Gatti there. They're expecting that come the days ahead, they're going to make Kenya proud. Those are just some of the results from the competitions that took place earlier. I did manage to talk to some of these athletes.
Matarajio yangu nienda kumeka. Namshukuru Mungu juu nilimeki World Trials ya 20. Nitaenda kushinda tena huko. Nitameka.
Si kutarajia hii position. Sababu ni throughout niko class kusoma. Mazoezi napata at once per day. Sasa leo niliamua tena nifanye yangu. Nimeweza hata manage kufaulu.
Because your time sio ya
unaona ni areas ungependa kuimprove?
Areas zinaweza hiyo reaction shida, but
I can say sina mazoezi sana juu niko shule, but I believe finals I can manage. Yeah.
Kutoka ule upinzani ambao ushapata katika uwanja, unaona ugumu utakuwa wa aina gani?
Ugumu like the past days nilikuwa na shida ya kuamka, but now venye nimejua kuset block nimeona iko sawa. So where I want to improve is just coming the 50 meters and towards the finishing. That's the only way I can improve.
Well, it is not only that here today, but we also have the officials who are manning this particular event. And right now, I just want us to listen to Jim over there, AK Youth Development Secretary General. Remember, it's a youth competition and a lot of expectation and for the Kenyan team.
Whatever we are seeing today is a product of what we did in championships. All the 11 regions in Kenya did regional trials where they selected a team for each, and we are competing. The team which is competing here now is from those 11 regions. Even last year during the World Under-20 Championships, every Kenyan saw what our Under-20 athletes did. That burden that we are the world champions, and of course second 2 times. That is 2018 and last year. So our burden now is to make sure that we choose a very good team, which is going to represent our country very well in Colombia. We emerge the world champions just like the other. I think we are going to be the happiest. Just handed. That is a girl again. We were who was in the team of last year. Last year she did not do well, but this time round I've seen that we are hoping that we are not going to miss the gold medal, which was given by others last year, because those ones who are running last year 5,000 meters, they are now 20 years and above. So this is a new.
What can you say about the turnout of athletes that have made it for this trial?
I think the turnout is very well. We had given quotas to the regions, and in fact some of the regions even brought more than the quotas that we gave. We have about 15 athletes who are competing for about 25 slots, because the World Athletics has given us a certain quota, and that is the quota that we are going to select here. We as Athletics Kenya, we may add 1 or 2, because when they qualify, we don't want to tell them to go home if it is an event which has got no representative.
And how competitive do you think Colombia is going to be this time round, especially considering Kenya is a world champion?
I would say it is not going to be easy, of course, because we have our competitors. We have Ethiopia as far as middle and long distance is concerned. Others who are coming up in long distance. We would say that America did not come our champion to Colombia be the athletes to train them for about 2-3 weeks. I think we shall sharpen them up, and when we go there, we shall go praying that our athletes will do well, and I believe they are going to do well.
Finally, Mr. Elovi, what are the distances that can shine in?
Of course, the middle and long, 800 meters, 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters, the steeplechase meters, and of course the walk for men. So those are the distances that we hope. We have a good crop which is coming in 400 meters hurdles. That qualifier who was already qualified was actually represented us last year in our World Under 20, and he was position 4. Right now he is doing 50. So those are some of the areas that we hope we are going to get medals.
Even athletes' efforts to participate in the upcoming competition. Remember, the event is going to be held. These athletes are here to represent Kenya and accordingly in the World Championship.
Football and specific called ACAS. Now, in 2018, the agent of Yaya Toure told the in the Champions League's title again. Remember, Pep Guardiola previously he has been struggling to see if he might be able to win another Champions League. He was benched for a number of years when he was playing for Barcelona under Pep Guardiola. 10 years later, at Man City, Pep Guardiola came and also did the same to this Yaya Toure. A cast or
to break the myth of Guardiola since 2011. Cursed in semi-final defeat to Real Madrid will go down as one of
how we will about that, for sure.
The sort of game that you tell your grandkids about. Guardiola.
I know the people outside to hear the man just.
Us is being hampered by hard to suggest. Guardiola is Barcelona, Asia, and the spirit.
Johan Cruyff helped.
Spent 10 years where one day, after a season reserve team, he was appointed first team manager in May. Necessary. Guardiola in the record books. 9. And the cherry demolition of could count on star names like Messi, Yaya Toure. Talent, but not all. Yaya Toure saw his game time diminish. Moved to Manchester City in 2010. He had 14 trophies, which would be the 2009. Pep was exhausted. He left the club and headed off for a sabbatical. Longer than before. What he didn't know was that 10 years later, he'd still be without another Champions League winner's medal. An expedition and soon landed in a new. He soon imposed his philosophy on the side, and it immediately paid dividends. After just 27 games, thanks to 25 wins and 2 draws, he'd add the German Cup to his haul too. But attention, Champions League. Madrid don't write themselves. Madrid. Guardiola had been humiliated. The following season, they'd lose at the hands of Barcelona. In the final 20 minutes, the third to overturn the second. Failures was complete in 2016 in the semis to an underwhelming end. While many observers spoke of internal tension, Pep simply.
Der Grund sieht eine einfach.
Asked himself to turn down. Destination at Manchester City. Yaya Toure, a key figure. Domineering presence in midfield. This chant made it. Rival at City, Toure averaged around 40. Pep's arrival spelled the end for his City career. He immediately realized. Pep no longer. The players. The balls to say that he was wrong. Like Yaya. But just a few. He apologized for his agent's outburst. Not represent back into the squad.
that muscle to go all out there and say that I did Samuel Toure. This on KTN News.
KTN News. Get the whole story.
On ce week, Annick and her colleagues from AMCO, she is classified as vulnerable by the Union for Conservation. Different probes delay the temperature of the water. These are still
the evolution.
by application for made it available to fishermen who participate in monitoring. When a fisherman sees a manatee, he takes a photo, location, date, GPS figures, and the NGO makes it public. Sylvain Eborg represents the local ministry in charge of wildlife.
Ourselves that we are not going to act. We need to be reassured. Still exists.
The concept a network of 156 fishermen who use expanding its work to other species such as turtles, rays, and dolphins.
This is our earth are being forged on this Kenya field.
instructor.